Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Recording in progress.
Good evening. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, June 16th. I now call this meeting to order. Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor Newsom. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine.
Here.
And Mayor Newsom.
Here. We're excited to be here in person, with options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the city clerk. If you're participating remotely, raise your hand, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom, and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to recognize that June is officially Pride Month in our community, a time to celebrate diversity and honor the contributions of the LGBTQIA+ community and reaffirm our community commitment to inclusion and equality. This recognition was formally approved by the Council during our May 19th meeting. Let's continue to stand together in support of love, dignity, and respect for all. Our first agenda item tonight is a ceremonial one. It's the Juneteenth proclamation, and we have a special guest here to accept this, former Mayor, San Mateo Mayor Claire Mack.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council. And Mayor Newsom, thank you for inviting me to do this.
Mayor Mack, it's always a pleasure to see you.
You hear me? Ooh.
I tell her this often, then she gets mad and says it makes her feel old. But Mayor Mack is the first councilwoman, first council person that I voted for when I turned 18. We will not talk about how long ago that was.
A long time ago. A long, long time ago.
But to this day, she's still my mayor. Okay, a proclamation for Juneteenth. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, over 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was declared, Union General Gordon Granger issued General Order Number 3 in Galveston, Texas, affirming that all previously enslaved people in Texas and the southern states were free from bonded servitude. And whereas the city of San Mateo recently adopted a resolution to observe Juneteenth as a city holiday. Juneteenth was officially designated as a federal holiday on June 17, 2021 by President Joe Biden. However, Juneteenth has been continuously celebrated in the United States for 160 years. And whereas the inhumanity of slavery is a dark mark on our country's history, the consequences of which have rippled through time, today we continue to combat the social and systematic challenges that disproportionately affect Black and African American people. And whereas Juneteenth is a time to recognize the hardships of Black and African American people have had to overcome and the injustices that are still overdue to be righted. And whereas the city of San Mateo is committed to addressing racial inequalities within our own community, and we proclaim our dedication to cultivating a more inclusive and welcoming society. Now, therefore, I, Robert Newsom Jr., the mayor for the city of San Mateo, and on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby recognize June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth. Be it further resolved, we call upon our San Mateo community members to seize all opportunities to learn, honor, and celebrate this important holiday. Thank you.
I would like to say to this council that in 1896 in Brazos Bottom, Texas, William Solomon Cullen was born. He was discharged from the Presidio after serving in World War I, came to San Mateo, found my mother, and history again was made. But this man loved Juneteenth. He told us all about it when we were children. And my mother was a California snob and said, no, I'd rather do a 4th of July. But we still knew about Juneteenth. He would be so proud. But I'm even more proud of you as a council, because what you've done is you've stuck your head above the crowd. And one of my dear old friends said, when you stick your head above the crowd, you're liable to get hit with a tomato. But I think you're all worthy and you can stand the little catch up you might get. We're a great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mack. All right, we're going to take a picture with you. Come on down, everybody. Our next ceremonial item, the Leadership Council of San Mateo will have a presentation presented by Karen Hardy and Margie Power, co-presidents of the Leadership Council of San Mateo County. Welcome.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mayor Newsom, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Lorraine. We really appreciate you giving us time on the agenda, and this is also nice because I feel very fortunate to share a birthday with Juneteenth. So this also felt very, very appropriate. But thank you very much. We are excited to be here today to tell you a little bit more about Leadership Council San Mateo County. And should I just tell you when to advance slides? Where's there? Oh, great. Thank you so much. So next slide, please. And Margie is unfortunately on a family vacation. And so it's me today. And I brought along one of our alumni from the San Mateo Library Foundation to also say a few words. So Leadership Council was formed in 2020, and it's okay to click through. Thank you so much. Was founded in 2020 and really in response to the times that we were in 2020. We really realized that the issues that we are facing and within our county are becoming more and more complex. And there are issues that can no longer be solved by one sector. Government doesn't have all the answers, nor does the private sector, and our nonprofit partners really need our support. So we founded Leadership Council San Mateo County. So our theory of change is that if we empower leaders cross-sector, and we say cross-sector, we mean government, nonprofit, and the business sector. If we really inspire them to form deep relationships, not networking, but really building deep relationships, that we can spark innovation. We can spark innovation by people sharing their experiences and sharing their knowledge and their expertise across sectors. And if we can bring people together and spark innovation, we can really come up with new solutions to some of our county's greatest challenges. Next slide, please. So how do we do that at Leadership Council? So we have three goals. We're really fostering cross-sector collaboration and building those relationships. And then we're also trying to really strengthen the leadership pipeline across San Mateo County, regardless of what sector you're in, really making sure that we are identifying leaders, people who are in senior leadership, but also people who are up and coming leaders, to make sure that we are inspiring people to take on leadership roles wherever they sit in the industry and within the wider San Mateo County. And we really also want to make leadership development accessible to everyone in the county. So not just well-resourced organizations, but to small business owners, to nonprofit leaders, and to government officials as well. So how do we do that? We have two ways that we accomplish this goal. The first is our 10-month leadership programs. Those are our leadership immersion programs. We're happy to say we have 2 alumni on the dais. We have Deputy Mayor Lorraine, and we have Christina over there, they're both alumni from this year. We have been lucky enough to have employees from San Mateo come through every year. We have over a dozen people from San Mateo, the city of San Mateo, and we have 3 more who've applied this year. And then with these 10-month programs, really, they meet a day a month. They span 3 different areas, which I'll talk about in a second, but they're really looking to build deep relationships across the sectors. We're application-based, and most importantly, we're county-wide. So every year, we are very deliberate in comprising our programs, and we have representation. Every year, we've had representation from 17 of the 20 cities. That 17 cities changes every year, but we're really conscious of making sure that all of San Mateo County is represented, and all 3 sectors. We try to get as close as possible to 30% business sector, 30% government, and 30% nonprofit. And then the second thing we do is half-day leadership workshops. These are open to the wider community. They're half-day sessions allowing people who are either alumni or people who have maybe can't go through a 10-month program or who are on our wait list to participate in half-day learning sessions. So the leadership immersion programs, we have 2 programs. One is our core program for senior leaders, and senior leaders include executive directors from the nonprofit sector or senior staff from some of our larger nonprofits, includes elected officials, and it includes senior business folks from across the county. That can be either their C-suite executives or people who are community-facing, government affairs, foundation folks, et cetera. And then our emerging leaders program, which is really a wide range of people in their careers, people who've demonstrated leadership potential, but who are already making an impact in their industry and in their area. So we have the 2 programs. The reason we have 2 programs is we're trying to build cohorts of people who are at a similar place in their career so that they are building really strong networks across the county. Our leadership immersion programs have 3 components. They have the civic engagement. That's something many people are more familiar with in community leadership programs. So every month we focus on a different topic. And we will bring in experts from around the county to talk about that topic. There's 2 things that are unique to Leadership Council is we have leadership skills development. We have a skilled team of executive coaches who we've been working with for the last 5 years, who have actually developed a leadership curriculum that is specific to Leadership Council and to San Mateo County. They came to us from the private sector, and we now have a full leadership skills curriculum. And then we have community acceleration projects. They are projects of city leaders, county leaders, and nonprofit leaders can apply to Leadership Council with strategic work that they need done. And if you're a participant in the program, and next year it'll be in our Emerging Leaders program, if you are a participant in the program, you get to choose a project that's of interest to you. We create cross-sector small teams that then work with that leader to help tackle a strategic project for 5 months. Last year, we were lucky enough to partner with McKinsey & Company to provide sort of project management skills to those groups. So the benefits to our employees and their organizations is really, it's over 100 hours of professional development, enhanced leadership skills, deep relationships with peer leaders, as we mentioned, and understanding the community in which they're operating. Particularly important for our business sector as well to really be deeply involved in the community. This year, we talked about those sort of half-day workshops. We have been working with community over the last 5 months to develop additional community programming, and we're really excited. And we'll actually go straight to the next slide. We are excited to be announcing Lead Local. Lead Local is going to be additional programming. They're half-day sessions for both our alumni and the wider community. Next slide, please. It's going to be Lead Local Elevate, and those are going to be 3 half-day sessions that are going to be taught by our leadership coaching team. They're one-off sessions to accommodate people's schedules, especially, like we said, those small business owners and people who maybe can't commit to a 10-month program. And they're going to be half-day sessions with 2 online practices afterwards to keep that cohort together and really be able to talk about implementing skills. So we're really excited to be bringing additional leadership skills training to the community. And then the next piece of it is Lead Local Engage. So we will be having civic engagement opportunities, again, outside the program, half-day programming. This is what when we reached out to our community, what they said they were most interested in. So these are the 5 topics we're going to be having this year: local media landscape and crisis communication skills training, as well as doing more work in terms of raising awareness in climate on the coast side, human services in our North County, workforce development, and an arts and culture day. So those will be open to anyone in the community who would like to get a deeper knowledge of what's happening in our community. So our impact, Leadership Council, we say that we build cross-sector relationships, we say that we're having an impact, but we really wanted to make sure that we were measuring that. Next slide, please. This year, we launched an alumni impact survey. We have almost 300 alumni now, and we asked if we were having the impact that what impact were we having, and how is it showing up in people's work lives and their personal lives. 80% of our alumni who responded to this survey said that they were collaborating professionally with someone they met as a result of the program, and 76% of those collaborations were cross-sector. So we are actually building really strong cross-sector relationships. One of the things that we're most proud of is that 28% of our nonprofits said they actually increased the number of people they served as a result of the relationships that they built cross-sector, and 30% are offering a new service and serving more people as a result. And then 52% of our participants said they had a positive change in their career or their community role. That could be serving on a board or commission, it could be a promotion, that they directly attribute to the skills that they learned in our program. So we're really proud of the impact that we're having, but we're also making sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to the outcome. And at that point, I'd actually like to ask Alexandria to come up. And as we said, Alexandria Gillen is on the board of the San Mateo Public Library Foundation and is an alum.
So some of you know I'm actually the co-president of the San Mateo Public Library Foundation, and our core mission is to augment the funding of the San Mateo Public Library so it can more fully answer the community's needs. 3 years ago, when my co-president Jeannie Back and I assumed this joint leadership role, we had just graduated from the inaugural class of Leadership Corps program, along with then city librarian James Moore. The program's keyword is collaboration. And as a collaborative mindset has guided us as we sought to rejuvenate the foundation after COVID. From launching a National Library Week festival called San Mateo Celebrates to overhauling our operating structure, our mantra has been collaboration. Currently, the foundation is working with the library on grant applications for expansion of Project READ in partnership with both Parks and Rec and the San Mateo Foster City School District. Leadership Corps urges us to leverage our peer networks to solve problems, and early on we partnered with James to involve one of the first community acceleration project teams with a problem that had been vexing both the foundation and the library. The CAPS team moved the situation forward significantly, and in the process we met some dynamic young leaders in industries that we would never have encountered otherwise. And this is really the superpower of the leadership program: immersive exposure to the expanse of people and work and issues encompassed by the county. This inoculates against insularity and inspires innovation. As testament to our belief in this program, we have sponsored one of our employees in the Emerging Leaders Project, our program. I want to close with saluting Margie and Karen for the leadership they themselves have modeled and overseen the evolution of this really fantastic program. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can just have the next slide. I'll wrap up. We're here today to ask for San Mateo, the city of San Mateo, to become one of our partners. The cost of delivering our programs is around $5,600 per person. We do not charge that. Our tuition is $3,900 for a 10-month-long program, 100 hours of professional development. And our funding sources include city sponsorships, corporate sponsorships, tuition, and grant funding. And the support that we get from our cities helps us keep tuition low and also provides scholarships. 40% of our participants are on full or partial scholarships, and that mainly includes our small business community and our nonprofit leaders. We really want to make sure that this program remains accessible. As we mentioned, we really want to democratize leadership training, making sure everyone has access to these kinds of powerful transformational relationships and the leadership skills that come with this program. And we would like to welcome the City of San Mateo as an official partner of Leadership Council. We have, and we'll go to the next slide, we have opportunities. These are our current city partners. We have the county, we have the City of Burlingame, Daly City, Foster City, Hillsborough. I won't read through all of them, but we'd love to welcome you. Some of the benefits of becoming a city partner, next slide please, are obviously you get visibility through the program, but you also get discounted rates. So if you'd like your staff to go through some of our expanded programming this year and be able to send staff through those leadership development opportunities, you do get discounted pricing. And at certain levels, you also get free spots within the programming. So we will provide city manager with the full range of opportunities, but we would really welcome your partnership in doing this. And we have, as we said, really enjoyed having so many of the City of San Mateo's employees and city council members be part of our program. So thank you so much for the time today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. Okay, next up, ceremonial item number 3. We have a fire hazards map and code presentation, a presentation by Fire Marshal Carissa Workman. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Carissa Workman, Fire Marshal for San Mateo Consolidated Fire, and I'm here to provide you with information on the new LRA fire hazard severity zone maps and the modifications that we made to our fire code ordinance. And LRA is local responsibility area. Slide 2, please. So what are fire hazard severity zones? The government code requires that the state fire marshal identify areas in the state as moderate, high, or very high hazard zones based on consistent statewide criteria and the severity of the fire hazard that is expected to prevail in those areas. Moderate, high, and very high fire hazard severity zones are based on fuel loading, slope, fire weather, and other relevant factors, including areas where winds have been identified by the OSFM, Office of State Fire Marshal, as a major cause of wildfire spread. So the classifications include moderate, which are areas where wildland fire risk exists, but at a lower intensity or likelihood. High are the areas with significant fire risk due to fuel loads, slope, and fire weather. And then very high are areas with extreme fire behavior potential, where fires are likely to be fast-moving, intense, and difficult to control. Slide 3, please. So what you're looking at here is the new LRA map that we just adopted for San Mateo. The state has identified the areas that you see in yellow as moderate fire hazard severity zones. Slide 4, please. Why we need to adopt these maps. So the maps serve as the official hazard designation for land use, building standards, defensible space enforcement, and real estate disclosures. Previously, only very high fire hazard severity zones were required for adoption in the local responsibility areas. But new legislation now requires the adoption of all 3 fire hazard severity zone classes in the local responsibility area within 120 days of receiving these maps. So the rollout plan. So what you're looking at is what we have to do, the top takeaways. Basically, you have to make the map available, adopt the new maps, and then submit them to the state. So file them with HCD and the state. So the California State Fire Marshal previously published fire hazard severity zone maps in 2008 At that time, state law only required state responsibility area maps to be adopted. The new maps were supposed to be released in 2011. However, due to changes in methodology and state law, the maps were significantly delayed. State law now requires local jurisdictions to adopt fire hazard zone maps for LRAs. So they were supposed to be released in 2024 along with the SRA maps, but the state law was again changing when it came to requirements of local jurisdictions with designated LRA fire hazard severity zones, and the maps were finally released in March of 2025. Slide 6. The release of the updated maps for San Mateo County in March has made it necessary for San Mateo Consolidated Fire to modify our fire code ordinance that made changes to the wildland provisions contained in it. Our previous fire code ordinance language stated high and very high, but did not include moderate hazard zones. Next slide, please. Since the new LRA maps identify moderate hazards and our previous ordinance language only stated very high and high, we made the modifications to the fire code ordinance to include moderate as a designated fire zone. This will give us the authority to continue to reduce risk in our wildland urban interface communities through more restrictive building code requirements and maintaining proper defensible space as outlined in the government code. Next slide. The chart shows state responsibility areas and local responsibility area requirements and what applies. The new LRA map for San Mateo only shows moderate zones, which is why we modified our ordinance to include moderate, so we can apply Chapter 7A of the California Building Code for all new WUI, our wildland urban interface projects, and perform defensible space inspections as requested. We do not require hazard disclosures for moderate zones, as this only applies to very high and high. Next slide. Chapter 7A of the 2022 California Building Code applies to wildland urban interface areas and has more restrictive requirements such as exterior construction methods used, such as non-combustible or ignition-resistant materials and fire-treated wood. Chapter 7A requirements cover exterior windows, decking, vents, wall materials, roof eave overhangs, and many other home hardening features to make the structures more fire resistant. Fire hazard zone maps evaluate hazard, not risk. They're like flood zone maps where lands are described in terms of probability level of a particular area being inundated by floodwaters and not specifically prescriptive of impacts, which is hazard. Hazard is based on physical conditions that create the likelihood and expected fire behavior over a 30 to 50 year period without considering mitigation measures such as home hardening, recent wildfire, or fuel reduction effort. Risk is the potential damage a fire can do to the area under existing conditions, accounting for any modifications as fuel reduction projects, defensible space, and ignition-resistant building construction. So defensible space is the buffer between your structure and the surrounding area. Adequate defensible space acts as a barrier to slow or halt progress of a fire that would otherwise engulf your property. It also helps ensure the safety of firefighters defending your home. Defensible space is the first line of defense for your home against wildfire. The first 5 feet from your home is the most important. Keeping the area closest to the building, structures, and decks clear will prevent embers from igniting materials that can spread the fire to your home. So what is San Mateo Consolidated proactively doing? We're performing wildland urban interface inspections or vegetation maintenance inspections during the higher risk months, which is June through September, or as requested by residents, and will investigate all fire hazard concerns. And what residents can continue to do is regularly clear their dead and dry vegetation to create space between trees. And pay special attention to clearing dead or dying material, especially during droughts. By removing dead plants and creating space between trees and shrubs, it creates a buffer for your property and reduces the potential for fuel for fire. Okay, and here the last slide is a list of resources. And you can always, if anyone has specific questions regarding defensible space or vegetation, they can always just call San Mateo Consolidated Fire at the number, and anyone in community risk reduction can assist them. And that concludes my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Yes, please.
Great presentation. I'm just curious about, the upcoming fire season, what actions are being taken to help us prepare or mitigate any risk as a community?
So year round, we look at fire season year round, and at any time we'll get a complaint, or not a complaint, but a concern from a resident, we'll go out and investigate that. We're proactive during, certain months where we'll go out, and in the communities that have, in the past, it was high and very high. Now it's moderate, but we'll still go out and proactively look at those properties and, educate homeowners on proper defensible space or what they can do to their property to help reduce that risk.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Hello again, and thank you so much. I just wanted to let everyone know that you and your team go out to neighborhoods as well and talk with them. The Baywood Neighborhood Association hosted the team as part of their annual meeting, and a group of homeowners got together and invited some of your folks out for further on-site education, and got lots and lots of fantastic feedback. So I really appreciate the fact that you're giving us resources here, but also that you go out and talk with people one-on-one so they see what they can do. It had a very positive impact. Thank you.
Okay. Fire Marshal Workman, thank you so much for your presentation and all your team is doing to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to the consent calendar. We're moving beyond the ceremonial portion of tonight's meeting, which includes the business items that are being considered by the council. For that reason, I would like to recommend all in the room and online that we will be enforcing our rules of decorum. As such, we do not allow for cheering, jeering, or booing during this business portion of the meeting, as it tends to put a chill on public comment. Our goal is to ensure that all perspectives are heard. Our motto is give respect, get respect, and we appreciate your cooperation with this. City Clerk, can you please read the consent calendar?
Certainly, Mayor Newsom. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 4, Police Digital Forensic Analyst Classification and Reclassification Approval. Item number 5, Deputy Director of Public Works Job Specification Updates Approval. Item number 6, Second and El Camino Public Garage Licensing Agreement. Item number 7, Fiscal Year 2025-26 General Liability and Property Insurance Purchase Authorization. Item number 8, Fiscal Year 2024-25 Year-End Supplemental Budget Adjustments Approval. Item number 9, Poplar Creek Golf Course Well Drilling Project Contract Approval. Item number 10, East Hillsdale Park Playground Improvements Project Construction Management Services Contract Award. Item number 11, East Hillsdale Park Playground Improvements Project Approval. Item number 12, Citywide Median Island Mulching Agreement. Item number 13, Worker Resource Center, an amendment for 171 North Hamlet Boulevard Operations and Lease Agreements. Item number 14, Below Market Rental Rates, Sales Prices, and Unit Community Priorities Adoption. Item number 15, Comprehensive Zoning Code Update Professional Services Appropriation and Agreement. Item number 16, Public Use Easement Dedication Acceptance for Property Located at 200 North Quebec Street Adoption. Item number 17, Humboldt Street Paving with the City of Burlingame Cost Sharing Agreement. Item number 18, Citywide Fire, Life and Safety Inspection Testing Maintenance Services Agreement. Item number 19, Building Access Control System Maintenance. Item number 20, Wastewater Treatment Plant Chemicals Purchase Contracts Award. Item number 21, wastewater treatment plant biosolids hauling and disposal contract change order. Item number 22, integrated supervisory control and data acquisition system maintenance and improvement contract change order. Item number 23, water quality control plant supply of liquid emulsion polymer contract award. Item number 24, wastewater treatment plant grit, rag, and scum hauling disposal agreement. Item number 25, staff augmentation services for the wastewater treatment plant amendment. Item number 26, purchase of telehandler approval. Item number 27, wastewater treatment plant on-call consulting services amendment. Item number 28, Marina Branch Library restoration project agreements. Item number 29, traffic signal modification at Poplar Avenue and Humboldt Street agreement. Item number 30, East 3rd Avenue landfill hydrogen sulfide monitoring agreement amendment. Item number 31, wastewater treatment plant mosquito abatement agreement. Item number 32, Hillsdale Caltrain commuter shuttle agreement. Item number 33, wastewater treatment plant supervisory control and data acquisition monitoring and upgrade project contract change order. Item number 34, wastewater treatment plant centrifuge parts service and repair services agreement. Item number 35, citywide custodial services amendment. Item number 36, Bay Meadows Community Facilities District Special Tax Levy Fiscal Year 2025-26 adoption. And finally, item number 37, City Council and Boards and Commissions Rules and Procedures update.
I commend you, Mr. City Clerk, on getting through all those items without a sip of water. So, way to go. All right. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Through the mayor, I have some questions on a few of these.
Can I ask, Prasanna, how should we proceed if we have questions on items? Should we pull them or should we do questions first?
If you just have a brief question, you can ask it, but if it's something that involves some discussion, then the item should be pulled.
Just brief follow-up questions.
On how many items?
Item 13, 15, 17, and 32.
How do you want me to proceed?
Well, it may be more efficient if it's that many items to just pull them off the consent calendar, vote on the remaining items, get
Right.
those done, and then you can ask your questions on the items you mentioned.
Okay,
Let's do that. So
sure.
go ahead and tell us which ones you want to pull.
13, 15, 17, and 32. I don't need to pull 17, but I'd like to
Okay.
ask some questions.
Anyone else have anything? I have questions on 31 and 32, and I think 32 is already on the list. And so I would just add 31. And then are you
Just to clarify, is 17 being pulled from the consent calendar or is that remaining?
We don't have to pull that one. I'll follow up at the end of the council meeting. So 13, 15, sounds like 31 and 32.
Okay. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on any of the consent calendar items? Now would be the time for your comment. This is for consent calendar items only. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Mayor Newsom, no request to speak on the consent calendar in chambers, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. Then is there a motion from the council to approve the consent calendar items minus the ones that have been pulled?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Can you please call roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine,
Yes.
and Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we'll head back to Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky and ask her to please ask her questions.
Yes. So number 13 is the Worker Resource Center amendment for 171 North Amplet Boulevard. So at a previous council meeting, one of the things that came up was that there were rodents in the building. I noticed in the staff report, it says upgrades are being made to the facility, including epoxy, concrete, install a window to the loft for better airflow, replace vents, water spigot to clean premises. So I just want to confirm that we have checked. There are no longer rodents. That's been taken care of.
Good evening, Zach Dahl, Community Development Director. That situation, there was more an intermittent situation that came up with rodents. It is an infestation, and so periodically, if we do observe that, we may bring out appropriate services to handle it. But no, there's not an ongoing situation. It's just periodic maintenance if it comes up.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just asking because I know initially we were looking at a different site, and it looks like we've decided to stick with this one. So I'm fine with that. I just wanted to confirm. Great. Do I need to motion for this one?
Just
Okay.
to confirm, we have not received any requests to speak on item number 13.
Thank you.
All right. Motion for number 13. Yep.
Of course.
Just to put it out in the public, the Worker Resource Center is a gem in my district. And I did pose a question to Alex and Zach in case anybody here was inquiring. One of the issues that we've had with the Worker Resource Center is that there seems to be a lack of promotion and letting folks, clients know an investment in knowing that it exists. And so I want to thank our city team and Samaritan House for working on delegating specific funds to promote that program because it does a lot of really good work, especially in North Central. Thank you.
All right. I motion to approve 13.
I heard a second.
Second, or whoever.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine,
Yes.
Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Number 15 is the comprehensive zoning code update for professional services. I did see that this is close to $1 million in expenditure. And I'm just curious, I know that there are 56 policy updates, so there's a lot of work to be done. But what is staff's role going to be in partnership with PlaceWorks?
So staff is going to be very actively involved. I see this as an effort that will involve our entire planning team because we are regular users of the zoning code. And so this is an effort to update our zoning code to be consistent with the general plan, but it's going to be a lot more than that. It's going to be looking top to bottom at our zoning code. Our code goes back decades, if not longer. There's language that dates back to the 30s and the 40s. There's layers. There's just a lot of pieces where we have identified just a need to do a comprehensive overhaul to serve the community moving forward. So this is an effort to not only implement the general plan for that 20-year horizon, but really to update our zoning code to serve our community for decades moving forward. So simplifying, making more user-friendly, getting rid of overlap, redundancy, rethinking a lot of our regulations, adding new ones that are more forward-looking. And so staff will play a central role. PlaceWorks will be very heavily involved in supporting, doing many of the same tasks and responsibilities in a different shape as the general plan. So providing content, drafting, providing research, other things to support it. That will then be worked, reviewed, and collaborated on with staff, reviewed with the community for input, brought before decision makers at various key decision points. So there'll be a lot of collaboration, and PlaceWorks will be working closely with staff, but our whole team will be very heavily involved in this project.
I'll just add that the city attorney's office will also be heavily involved in I think that the community development director correctly framed it as a complete overhaul of the zoning code. This goes far beyond simple general plan compliance. The zoning code needs a complete reconstruction, as a word. So it will be, I think, a collaborative effort, but it will take a fair amount of time. And all of those code amendments, of course, will be brought through the Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my question.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Motion on.
Just to confirm, we have not received any additional requests to speak on item number 15.
All
Thank you.
right. Number 15, I motion to approve.
Second. Call roll.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky,
Yes.
Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Rob, did you want to talk about 31 before 32?
Sure.
Okay.
So, like I pulled 31 and then I realized maybe this isn't quite on target. So I'm going to plunge through, and if Prasanna gives me a finger wag, I'll listen. Just wanted to call out that San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District, who will be bringing into our wastewater treatment plant as part of our abatement, also serve the entire county at large, and we can use them for other things as well. For example, they'll do rodent inspections for us. So as you mentioned with Samaritan House, they will give us free inspections. They don't do the actual exterminations, but I just want to make sure we're calling out that this is a great resource. Most cities are declaring this the mosquito and vector abatement month, but we didn't have the space on our calendar to do so. So I just wanted to take a quick plug to thank them and encourage people to look at what they do. They have an open house this weekend on Saturday from 12 to 4. And that was all I had. And with that, I will make a motion to approve number 31.
Mayor Newsom, just to confirm for item number 31, there's no additional request to speak on this item.
Thank you. So I'll make a motion to approve 31.
Second.
I have a second. Please call roll.
Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And 32.
Yes. I'm going to make a comment and then pass it to Rob because I think he mentioned he also has a comment. So on the Hillsdale Caltrain commuter shuttle agreement, I saw that this is for 2 years. 75% is coming via grant and then 25% coverage from the city. I guess what I'm curious about is, do we know who rides the shuttle today, what the usage rates are, and is there a plan long-term in terms of funding this? That remaining 25%. Thank you.
Is this live? Okay. Yeah. So I don't have the exact numbers on the ridership, but we do know that ridership was lower than it has been in previous years. So actually, what commute.org did was they basically came up with a new route for that same shuttle. It would go to Hayward Park Station and Hillsdale Caltrain Station. It wouldn't go on Alameda de las Pulgas with that business center that's located there, but it would go all the way to Bridgepoint. And the advantage of that is basically we would get funding from corporate sponsors, so Sony specifically, and so they submitted that grant application. It's still under review. If we hadn't gone with that route and we see with the original route, we're the only funding partner for that. So our costs due to the labor increases would have basically doubled. So looking at this new route and hopefully getting a grant for it will kind of either lower our costs or preserve the costs that we're putting in. The 25%, I believe, is like a funding match requirement. So I'm not sure if it would only go down if other corporate sponsors were to be able to contribute into the cost.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I wasn't going to pull this originally, but since you did, I will add a little bit to it. I sit as the liaison with the commute.org JPA, and Alex and I, the city manager and I, have talked about this. So we just want to make sure that as we change the route, we're doing a citywide effort to outreach to people on the route, because it would be great to get more ridership and more funding from companies on the route. And that was all I had to add. But like I said, since it was pulled, I thought I would say we've talked about this. We just want to make sure that happens with city staff. So
yeah, definitely. I know that when commute.org was assembling the grant application, it was a lot of funding partners that they had to collaborate with all at once. So they decided on a route that could work. But ultimately, we'll see what happens with the grant. And then if a new route is decided upon, we'll definitely advertise that more so people know. And it's a free shuttle. So right. It's a good amenity for those who want to go from, say, Bridgepoint to Hayward Park Station or at other places in the city like Bay Meadows. My
day job sits on the Burlingame route for commute.org. And when I started at that job 5 months ago, that's part of the orientation program and so I just want to make sure we're reaching out to all the HR, all the companies, large and small, along the route, I think Nueva School might be another opportunity as well. So
Yeah,
thank you
definitely.
very much.
Thank you.
I make
Thank
a
you.
motion to approve item 32.
Second.
Oh, public comment again?
Oh.
Sorry. Any
Mayor
public
Newsom,
comment?
no additional request to speak on item number 32.
Sorry about that. So with that, I make a motion and I heard a second.
Yeah, second.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Certainly. Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Is that it? That's it?
Can I just make a comment?
Of
If I
course.
could. Thank you. I do not want to pull anything. I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to item number 29, the traffic signal modification at Poplar and Humboldt. This is something the community has been asking for a very long time. It's a highly trafficked area, and this enhanced traffic signal will really help traffic and public safety. So thank you very much for that. And thank you to the team.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mayor, I just also want to just acknowledge, yes, it was a long consent calendar, but I want to thank city staff for all their hard work. This is years in the making for some of these items, whether it's the water well over at the golf course, East Hillsdale Park. We have just numerous items that were there on consent. I know we quickly blast through them, but there's going to be a true impact in this community based off of council's action this evening. So first and foremost, I want to thank city staff for all their hard work, and then also to this council for your approval on all those items. So thank you so much.
Here's the staff. Okay. So we're going to move on to, where are we? Public comment. I got ahead of myself. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the city council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. City Clerk, can you please tally the total number of requests to speak on general public comment?
Certainly, Mayor Newsom, if you're attending in person or in our chambers and would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please provide me with a request to speak slip. Not seeing any movement there. So we have 2 requests to speak in person and 1 request to speak in our virtual environment. So that'll be a total of 3 minutes per speaker. And our final speaker in our virtual environment will be Jordan Grimes. So we will invite our in-person speakers first, Marjorie Ruiz, followed by Michael Sevilla.
Hello, it's nice to see you all again and reintroduce myself, this time in a more official capacity for the public record. My name is Marjorie Ruiz Hidalgo, and I am your PG&E Local Government Affairs Representative for the 21 jurisdictions on the peninsula. This means that I am your day-to-day single point of contact, and this includes senior staff and department heads. I started in late April, and here for the record today, I am here to commit to you to do my utmost to help deliver for the hometown of San Mateo. Now, thankfully, I do not do this job by myself. I am part of a whole PG&E team based out of the San Carlos Service Center, and this includes gas and electric, emergency response, service planning, vegetation management, which I know we're very familiar with here in San Mateo, and everyone responsible for the customer experience. I've given each of you my business cards. I see you at community events. Please reach out. Let's go for coffee. Let's go for a walk or both. I am here and I am available to you. I hope to see everyone soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
I'm sorry. I should mention, we'd also love to give a fire safety presentation as a local government forum in anticipation of wildfire season, which to me is all year round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michael Sevilla.
Good evening. The legal complaint the owners of the Par 3 restaurant at San Mateo Municipal Golf Course filed with the Superior Court against the city of San Mateo has me very worried that this could lead to even more bad decisions made in regard to the golf course. What we have is a closed municipal facility which has not produced the income that was expected for many months, and no reopening announced or even expected. These unforced errors of basic facility maintenance were completely avoidable. I wonder if the city of San Mateo is being set up to lose our historic golf course. Is it possible a speculator? Is it possible a speculator is seeing the problems the city of San Mateo is having and may come before you with an offer to put an office building and a Starbucks on the site? It's bad enough that San Mateo residents are getting shut out from enjoying the municipal golf course when they want. But now we have to worry that the management of the golf course has put the facility at risk of permanent closure. I believe the management of San Mateo Municipal Golf Course needs to start making the decisions that are good for the city of San Mateo and its residents and all muni golfers. First, they must end the 14-day reservation window for the VIP program membership. Then they or someone else need to fix the damage to the municipal facility and to the reputation of the city of San Mateo. Please protect the Poplar Creek Golf Course and end the 14-day reservation window for the VIP membership program. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment, where our final speaker for general public comment will be Jordan Grimes. Jordan, please unmute your mic.
Yes, good evening, council members. I'm speaking tonight to respectfully urge you to publicly affirm that the city of San Mateo and our police department will not cooperate with federal immigration enforcement in line with the protections established under the California Values Act. In recent weeks, fear has grown across the Bay Area, especially among immigrant and undocumented populations following disturbing events and developments in Los Angeles. Many in our community are worried and uncertain about their safety and their place in our community. Just earlier this week, Redwood City Mayor Elmer Martinez Ceballos reassured residents that their city and police are not working with ICE and remain committed to protecting all community members, regardless of immigration status. I ask San Mateo to do the same. Our city should be a place where every resident, regardless of background, feels safe, valued, and free. Please acknowledge the fear that is real and present in our neighborhoods and take this opportunity to show leadership and solidarity. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Mayor Newsom, that concludes public comment.
Okay. Mr. City Clerk, could I ask a question? Oh, sorry. Mr. City Manager, could I ask a question? Excuse me.
Yes.
Could you please reaffirm for the public what our policy is in working with ICE and federal immigration?
So the city's committed to fostering an environment where the entire community and all the staff feel a sense of belonging. We're also ensuring that all San Mateo residents have access to the full range of services regardless of immigration status. The city of San Mateo does not conduct immigration enforcement and does not ask anyone about their immigration status. That includes our police department. The city adopted a resolution back in 2017, the city council did, expressing strong support for all members of our community, regardless of ethnic or national origin, gender, race, religion, sexual orientation, or immigration status.
Thank you. Yes, comment?
Mr. City Manager, I was wondering if I appreciate that information from that 2017 resolution, and I'm glad that a previous council took such a strong stand. I'm wondering if there is anything that we can do to promote that fact in our communications channels with a press release, just something stating in writing in multiple languages that we do not work with ICE.
So it's up to the council if you want to give direction to me. I'm happy to look at framing some type of messaging around of what I've presented this evening.
I would support such a communication. How do my fellow council members feel?
I would as well.
I would as well.
I see a majority of direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We're now moving into the public hearing portion of the meeting. There are 4 items left for the meeting for tonight. And I know that there's a lot of people who want to speak on public comment on item number 41, which is actually an old business item, Electrify San Mateo Sustainability Building Strategy Policy Feedback. So I wanted to see if we had council consent on moving up item 41 to being the next item. Any interest in that from my fellow council members? Yes? Seeing the majority or an agreement, if we could please proceed with item 41, and then we'll resume with 38, 40, 39, and 40. And we're going to take a 5-minute bio break. Thank you. Welcome back. Sorry for the brief intermission. We, as discussed just before going to recess, will be actually taking up old business item 41 first and then resuming with 38, 39, and 40 after. So old business item 41 is Electrify San Mateo Sustainable Building Strategy Policy Feedback, and we'll have a presentation by Andrea Chow, our sustainability analyst. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Newsom, Deputy Mayor Lorraine, council members and members of the public. Oh, thank you. My name is Andrea Chow. I'm the sustainability analyst for the city of San Mateo. I'm joined this evening by our consultant, Ryan Gardner from Rincon Consulting, to provide a presentation on our work in developing Electrify San Mateo Sustainable Building Strategy. Staff's recommendation tonight is to receive an informational report on the Electrify San Mateo Sustainable Building Strategy project, and for the council to provide direction on the policy pathways for inclusion in the final sustainable building strategy. I'll be providing a brief project background before turning the presentation over to Ryan. Building energy use represents 38% of San Mateo's greenhouse gas emissions, and building electrification is key in reducing fossil gas use and switching our appliances over to clean, carbon-free electricity from Peninsula Clean Energy. There are many co-benefits to building electrification. In addition to reducing our carbon footprint, we are improving community health by reducing air pollution and risk of asthma. As part of the fiscal year 2022 goal setting session, the City Council directed staff to present policy options to decarbonize and electrify existing buildings and eliminate natural gas use by 2030. We also have the city's climate action plan showing that existing building electrification represents a large opportunity for GHG reductions. The city has a strong history of pushing sustainable construction through the adoption of local amendments to the state code, otherwise known as REACH codes, and these have mostly been focused on new construction. And putting these efforts into the larger context of the Bay Area Air District, formerly known as BACMID, has upcoming rules for zero NOx requirements for water heaters in 2027 and zero NOx space heating in 2029. We're seeing transition to electric equipment as essential to our region and our state's climate goals. To advance existing building electrification to meet the City Council's decarbonization priority, staff began working with Rincon Consultants in the development of the Sustainable Building Strategy. This document will be an actionable roadmap with concrete steps for the city to electrify existing buildings. This will help us meet our climate goals while also balancing costs and other impacts, using the best available science and data and engaging the community throughout the process. The project team completed a building inventory and market segmentation analysis that was presented at the September 13th, 2023 Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission meeting. And then after completing phase 1 of community engagement, the project culminated in the identification of 5 policy pathways that were presented to the City Council in January 16th, 2024. City Council then directed the project team to conduct community engagement on all 5 policy pathways to determine overall feasibility and support from the community. We have just completed phase 2 of community engagement, and we will present that feedback we have heard on all policy pathways. Tonight, we're looking for City Council direction for which policy pathways to include in the final sustainable building strategy. At a future City Council meeting, the project team will incorporate tonight's feedback and direction and bring back that policy document for approval. The adoption of the strategy document will not include ordinances or policies that would go into effect immediately, but rather set the work plan and direction for staff to return to City Council with these policies for adoption. The project team completed 2 phases of community engagement, and the first phase focused on understanding community values and concerns related to building electrification, and then the second phase delved deeper into these 5 policy pathways that Ryan will review. Engagement in phase 2 included in-person and virtual community meetings, presentations at partner meetings and community meetings, an additional online survey, 3 commission meetings, and a specific feedback session for commercial property owners. Throughout the second phase of community engagement, the project team provided 9 presentations and reached over 150 people through in-person and virtual events. And then in addition, over 200 people responded through the online feedback survey, and staff maintains lists of over 200 community members and stakeholders who are interested in the project. We'll share out the specific community feedback we heard as we review each of the policy pathways.
So just as a reminder, the 5 policy pathways that we looked at were the business as usual, which is essentially continuing to try to electrify as many new buildings as possible, so new construction, and also looking at promoting existing building decarbonization through incentives and programs like that. Option 2 was reach codes for renovation. So really looking at the time when we're already doing a lot of upgrades to our existing buildings or doing a very specific upgrade project. Option 3 was the zero NOx requirements. These were building on the Bay Area Air District's upcoming zero NOx requirements, but having those phase in faster or ahead of the Bay Area's schedule. Option 4 was the commercial building performance standard. So this is a phased in approach for larger commercial buildings over a certain size threshold, like 50,000 square feet, and having them report their energy use and then eventually start reducing their energy use to get below a threshold. And then option 5 is a municipal electrification first policy. And this just is the city opting to electrify their own equipment as it phases out over time. So as we went through our 2 phases of community engagement and really through the second phase, we heard 5 common community concerns that came up really over and over again. And kind of unsurprisingly, the first 3 of those all relate to the cost of doing this work. The first was the installation cost. So how much is this going to cost me to install, a heat pump water heater compared to my natural gas water heater? So what is the upfront cost? The second was the additional installation and electric infrastructure challenges. So if I install this new heat pump water heater, am I going to also have to do a panel upgrade or wiring, or is that going to trigger a service upgrade? And what is that going to look like as far as costs or maybe schedule impacts, things like that? And then the third was on-bill costs. My electricity bill seems higher than my gas bill. Electricity seems more expensive than gas. What is going to happen when I electrify my equipment to my, monthly utility bill? And then we also heard concerns around grid reliability. If all of my equipment runs on electricity, what happens when the power goes out? We have these power safety shutoffs. And if I add a bunch of use to the grid, are we going to have rolling brownouts and issues just with getting electricity? And then finally, across the board, kind of this understanding that this is a new technology, these are new things we're talking about, who's going to help me go through this? There's a lot of incentives and there's all these new installation things I need to consider, like what's going to help me out to get through this process. The installation costs and the electric infrastructure challenges are really specific to each policy, so we're going to get into more detail for those. And I'll talk a bit more about on-bill costs and lack of education here in a second. But while we're here, grid reliability is something that we looked into deeply and also looked at work that the Bay Area Air District and others have done on this. The moral of the story is most of the gas equipment we're going to talk about today doesn't work without electricity. So your HVAC is not going to work without electricity. Your water heater doesn't work without electricity. And those are really the ones we're focused on. And the grid eventually is going to need upgrades, but not in the short term. And it's really being planned for across the state by the CPUC, the CEC, and the utilities. The CEC and CPUC, their resource plan right now is looking at about a 27 to 30% increase in peak demand by 2035. And they're planning around that. So as long as we continue to plan and integrating this electrification into our plans, we shouldn't see an impact from grid reliability. If there's more questions on that, I can definitely dig in deeper there. The other kind of overarching finding for on-bill cost impacts, yes, gas currently is cheaper on a per unit basis than electricity. But generally, we're dealing with heat pumps, and heat pumps are 400% efficient, and gas is not 4 times cheaper than electricity. So what we see is an overall savings based on Peninsula Clean Energy and Silicon Valley Clean Energy studies. So folks, on average, when you swap from a furnace to a heat pump water or a heat pump HVAC, you save about $20 a month. Similar for a heat pump water heater. When you combine those, they don't stack exactly, but you see around a $30 a month savings. And these savings are expected to increase over time. Gas rates are increasing faster. And actually, if you compare the similar analysis that the utilities did prior to this one, the savings were a little bit less because gas rates were cheaper. But we're starting to see the gas rates catch up. And again, because of those, that 400% efficiency, we're seeing savings on bill. I will say it's really important if you do have an EV or a heat pump installed already to make sure you're on the right rate. The e-elec rate is a time of use rate. It's designed around electrification, and that will help you maximize your savings. On the education front, you're very lucky to be in Peninsula Clean Energy territory. They have several programs to help you through this process, and kind of tailored resources anywhere from the do-it-yourself. Here's the information. Here's the contractor list. Here's the costs you should expect, all the way up to a full service installation support where there's kind of professional installation guaranteed, prices are already figured out, makes it really easy to do this, and kind of everything in between. And this is in addition to like other resources that are out there like Switches On and some others that can help connect you to resources for incentives and things like that. Okay, so getting into each of our specific pathways. The first option, business as usual. Again, this is continuing to adopt new construction REACH codes or ordinances that surpass the state's building code to require more sustainable buildings. This is something the city has already done. I will say there is some legislation out there now moving through state government to potentially limit the ability to pass new legislation, new REACH codes locally. There's some pushback on that. There's some negotiating going on to see how that will be rolled out. But there's other options even with that, including the zero NOx standard for new construction, which several cities in the Bay Area have already adopted. That's kind of separate from the building code. So there's opportunities there. And then also continuing to focus on education, outreach, and incentives, directing people to PCE and other programs, and really just trying to get people to voluntarily switch out to electric appliances when they start failing. On the cost side, electrifying new construction is one of the most cost-effective things you can do. It is less expensive than building mixed fuel. You get about a $7,500 savings per unit, and that is savings from not having to plumb natural gas. And with the current building code and the upcoming 2025 code, heavily incentivizes all electric construction. So it's actually going to cost even more in the future to build with gas. And this gets us around a 1,000 metric ton CO2e per year savings by 2030. These slides we're going to go through kind of are a shot at summarizing hundreds of pieces of feedback from the community on these different surveys. We've tried to summarize these into a level of support, with dark green being kind of highly favorable, dark red being highly unfavorable, and yellow kind of polarized, where we had equal responses on both. I think within all of these, it doesn't mean that everyone was very excited about them, but just kind of an average feel from each of the events. And for this business as usual community engagement, most people were pretty supportive of this across the board. Not a lot of pushback on this side. Option 2 is our reach codes for renovations. We looked at 2 primary policies where we would be looking at electrifying at time of renovation or construction project. The first is the air conditioning to heat pump. And this is essentially if you're going to install a new central air conditioner, that air conditioner should be a heat pump. Air conditioners are essentially heat pumps that just work in one direction. So for a limited incremental cost or additional cost, you can have a heat pump that provides both heating and cooling. PCE looked at this and found that it could be up to $1,500 more expensive to have a heat pump that does both heating and cooling. So they've provided a $1,500 rebate to cover that cost. The real benefit of this approach is that it avoids future furnace replacement costs. So if you remember, the Bay Area Air District has their zero NOx rule for furnaces coming online in 2029. Current estimates put that at an incremental cost of about $10,000 to replace your gas furnace with an electric heat pump. So if you already have done this work through your AC, you now don't have to do anything. Your furnace goes out and you just run your heat through your heat pump. The other benefit of this one that we found is that you aren't adding any additional strain to the grid. It uses the same amount of electricity as your air conditioner, it uses the same wiring as your air conditioner, same panel space. So anything you were going to do for your air conditioner, or if you already have an air conditioner, it should be an easy swap out to go with a heat pump. On the greenhouse gas emission saving side, this gets us around 2,200 metric tons of CO2e per year by 2030, so a little more than double the new construction requirement. The other option in the reach codes for renovations that we looked at was the reach codes was a flex path reach code. This would require, large retrofits. We have $75,000 up there. It could be any dollar amount. It could be $100,000, $200,000. But essentially, based on how much money your renovation is for on your permit, you would pick 1 or 2 options from a list of kind of pre-packaged, cost-effective energy efficiency projects. These could be things like adding a heat pump, adding additional insulation, doing duct sealing, doing floor or roof insulation. And you, as the project owner, would pick 1 or 2 of those that made the most sense. They range in cost around $2,000 to $4,000 of incremental cost on average. That works out to be about 1% of the overall project cost. So it's relatively low in the scheme of your renovation. And there's non-electrification options. So if you do have like an edge case house where you have an underground service and you need a panel upgrade and all this work, you can go with an energy efficiency approach, like additional insulation, and you would save money over time, $200-300 a year on your bills. With this approach, we get around 730 metric tons of CO2e per year by 2030, and that's just based on the relatively limited number of large retrofits we see or renovations we see on an annual basis. This policy, or the reach codes for renovations, were generally favorable. There was some polarized feedback, kind of like a 50-50 split of proponents and folks who were not in support of these policies from the online survey, and some slightly unfavorable feedback from the San Mateo United Homeowners Association feedback meeting. But in general, fairly positive, and I think because these have limited impact and they're for very specific projects. The third option is the zero NOx equipment requirements. So again, this is building off those Bay Area Air District requirements for water heaters in 2027 and furnaces in 2029 to be replaced with zero NOx equipment. And the only zero NOx equipment currently are electric equipment. This saves the most amount of emissions by 2030, getting near 10,000 metric tons. A lot of that coming from the HVAC side. On the cost side, it costs about, on average, $6,000 to install a new heat pump water heater. This is based on hundreds of data points from the Tech Clean California program. So this is kind of the average for this area. PCE has a $2,500 rebate, and the federal government still has a $2,000 tax credit, which you get at the end of the year when you do your taxes. So that ends up costing around $1,500. You can compare that to around $2,800 to do a gas water heater. And after rebates, you can end up in pretty good place. If you need additional work, it could be more expensive than that $6,000. It costs around $30,500 for a panel upgrade. That $6,000 is the average across all of those projects in the tech database. Some of those had panel upgrades, some of them didn't. We think around 1 to 5% of buildings in California need panel upgrades to do full electrification. On the HVAC side, the installing a new heat pump, HVAC, so again, provides that heating and cooling, is around $18,000. PCE has a $1,500 rebate, and the federal government, again, has a $2,000 tax credit. So you're looking at $14,410 to install a new heat pump HVAC. Compare that to $6,000 for just a furnace, and we see a pretty big increase in cost to do this project, around $8,000. But again, if you think of it as both an air conditioner and a heater, and you consider the cost of installing an air conditioner and a heater or a furnace, that cost is almost $13,600. So the discrepancy after rebates is only $700 or $800. But overall, one of the higher cost options, but on the flip side, also the highest greenhouse gas reduction. This was also the most controversial and polarized of the policies that we talked to the community about. I think overall, a pretty high level of concern about the potential cost associated with this project. It wasn't unanimously that, and we did have a lot of folks from the community in support of these types of policies, but I think generally unfavorable feedback. Option 4, the commercial building performance standard. Again, this is a phased-in approach. So for the first year or two, buildings over a certain square footage threshold, say 50,000 square feet, would have to report their annual energy use, both their natural gas and electricity. This is already required by a state law called AB 802. So these buildings over 50,000 square feet should already be doing this benchmarking. And then in year 2 to 4, there could be an option to do retro commissioning. So this is, you have an engineer come out to your building and look at ways that you can save energy and money. And this report would be given to you at the end that shows you all the different steps you could take to make your building perform better. And then eventually, say in year 4, the city would adopt a greenhouse gas per square foot threshold, or an EUI, which is an energy utilization index, which is energy use per square footage. And buildings would need to reduce their energy use to get below that threshold. And you could set it to be, you know, like the average building square footage for offices. So then only the worst performing buildings would really need to make any changes. And then over time that would drop and your buildings would get more and more efficient. We don't know exactly how many greenhouse gas emissions this would save. It really depends on how you set the program up and where you set the thresholds. But emissions from commercial buildings in the city represent 83,660 metric tons of CO2e per year. So you could think of that as like the total pie that you could act upon by 2045. Overall, this had pretty good feedback, or pretty positive feedback from the community. We also had a specific commercial building performance standard information session or focus group, and that group also was pretty positive on this plan. They had great ideas for different types of thresholds that might work better or be more, in line with their goals. But overall, pretty positive support from the community and the commercial building owners that we spoke with. We handed out some of these. We had commercial building performance standard flyers. We had our working group with them. Again, there were some ideas around setting individual thresholds where buildings must reduce their emissions compared to like their own performance rather than the performance of their peers. Thinking of a vintage threshold where we just exempt newer buildings. Like if you were built within the last 10 years, you don't even have to compete in the project. So things like that, some ideas that came up, and these can all be kind of incorporated into the project as we moved it forward. And then finally, municipal electric first policy, again, just requiring that city facilities transition to all electric equipment upon replacement. So if the rooftop package unit on City Hall goes out, we would work to replace it with an electric heat pump package unit first. You could still provide exemptions for infeasible projects if there wasn't technology available or if it was just way too expensive. This could get us around 145 metric tons of CO2e per year by 2030. So it's not the largest reduction in greenhouse gases, but it is a great way for the city to show leadership on this topic and maybe even learn some things about how this process works and what works and what doesn't. And unsurprisingly, the community is all for this approach and having the city take the leading role in decarbonizing buildings.
Great, thank you. And that concludes staff's presentation. And I'll leave you with the staff recommendation here and remind you that staff is looking for direction on the 5 policy pathways for inclusion in the final sustainable building strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. Before we go to our council, we're going to open it up for public comment. Mr. Clerk, can you tally up the total number of public commenters?
Certainly, Mayor Newsom. If you are in person and you wish to speak on this item, please provide me with the request to speak slip. Likewise, for our virtual attendees, please raise your hand now. We'll be announcing the name of the final speaker in just a moment. So if you do wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now or complete a request to speak slip. Mayor Newsom, I have thus far 1 request for an organized presentation and a total of 8 individual speakers. So we'll have the first organized presentation come up. That is our San Mateo Climate Action Team. And the final speaker tonight on this item will be Mike Swire.
Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm Terry Whitehair, Robert Whitehair, Michelle Hudson, and Vivian Scott. So good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. We thank you for this opportunity to present this presentation to you. We are here today to talk about buildings in San Mateo and reducing greenhouse gas emissions to 0, and to implement the City Council's former priorities. Quote, establish policy to decarbonize existing buildings and infrastructure and eliminate methane gas by 2030. Next slide, please. So who are we? We are San Mateo Climate Action Team aligned with Silicon Valley. Robert and I feel so strongly about the benefits of decarbonization that we have removed the gas meter from our house. San Mateo Climate Action Team works to reduce greenhouse gases at the local level. We are mothers, fathers, seniors, students, and ordinary people working together for a better future for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. We also work together with many other organizations, such as I'm a board member for Elders Action Network. And I'm going to turn the next over to Vivian.
Next slide, please. When we first started our advocacy work more than 3 years ago, we said that we had a few years left. Now we're out of time. We have recorded the hottest years on record 2 years in a row. We can emit greenhouse gases at the current rate for only 5 more years before climate change becomes irreversible. In recent years, we have learned that ice is melting, sea levels are rising, and oceans are becoming more acidic. Some say that the irreversible point has already passed. If that's true, then let's at least make the world livable for future generations. It's critical that we act now. Next slide, please. Many of us in the San Mateo Climate Action Team are active on climate action across the country. San Mateo is admired as a climate leader, but we can only attribute that to the work that city staff, SIC, and City Council have done. We ask for your help to take the next step. Next slide, please. We are here today to support all 5 options or pathways in the decarbonization study. The options include REACH codes for new construction and renovations, zero NOx standards, building performance standards for commercial buildings, and electrification of city buildings. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Vivian. PCE can make these 5 policy options a reality. We're very lucky to have them. PCE has everything needed to go electric efficiently and on budget, including personal consultation in your home, full service installation with installation backed by PCE, applied rebates and incentives, and this is something new, emergency hot water heater replacements. Next slide, please. To meet climate action plan goals by 2045, we have to stop using gas in our homes. As you can see on this slide, of the 5 policy pathways, the zero NOx option is the most impactful in terms of reducing greenhouse gases, followed by renovation codes. We urge you to support all 5 options, but especially these 2 strongest. Next slide, please. Thanks in part to PCE's rebate program, the cost of electric replacements is reaching parity with gas replacements, as shown on this slide. These numbers come from the 3,000 projects that PCE has completed in the time period shown. And water heaters fail, furnaces fail, so we should be ready to replace them with electric appliances. One final note, panel replacements are necessary and or costly in a limited number of circumstances, which is not addressed here. We understand Recon could speak further to this. Now I'll turn it over to Robert.
Next slide, please. In the last 3 years, we've been working on this. So much has been happening both with PCE and with the city of San Mateo. For example, free electric appliances and home upgrades are now available through the PCE program and through other programs. That's a big change. Next slide, please. Income guidelines make that very affordable. One of the issues we heard a lot about in all of our presentations was fixed income. Next slide, please. For renters, quite a few things have been happening. Next slide, please. The area rules 94 and 96 are super important. We actually urge you to take a very strong stance on item number 3. And finally, last slide, please. Assembly Bill 306, I think, will be the end of REACH codes. I appreciate the council taking a position and opposing it. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. That concludes our organized presentation. We will now move to individual speakers. If I call your name, if you can please line up to my right, that'll help us make sure we get through all of our requests to speak expeditiously. Our first speaker will be Harry Moody, followed by Fernando Pina and Rovi Lee Antonio.
Thank you very much for permitting me to speak. I've only lived in San Mateo for 4 years. I used to be in Washington, D.C., where I was vice president for academic affairs for AARP in Washington. I'm very proud to live in San Mateo because of what San Mateo has done and continues to do. First of all, with the REACH codes and those activities, but also with what we're doing in the future. And I particularly favor options 2 and 3 in terms of decarbonization. I live at the top of the hill. I'm not threatened by flooding. That's what I thought until a couple of years ago. I drove home on New Year's Eve and discovered myself on El Camino in the middle of a flood. Atmospheric floods can occur here. So can fires. I loved hearing from the fire marshal earlier. Very eloquent. I particularly appreciated what I heard about this assessing public attitudes and all the detail of that. As an academic person myself, I can tell you I found it tremendously impressive. The thing that I really want to say is very personal. I live here for only one reason. I loved Washington, D.C. I live here because I'm 80 years old. I have 3 grandchildren here in San Mateo County, not in the city, but in South San Francisco. That's why I write to you every day, Adam Lorraine, and Adam Lorraine responds to me. And I'm sure some of those are shared with other people around this table. I'm glad to be living in San Mateo. I'm glad for the sake, not for myself, because we have to look to the future. I spent a lot of Saturday with thousands of other people on El Camino. We can't solve all the problems of the world. Other people have to do that too. We can do something right here. That's why we in the environmental movement, and I'm part of the group, including the White Hairs and others, that's why we in the environmental movement say, think globally, but act locally. You can act locally. I am acting locally, and I'm pleased to be able to be with you here tonight. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Our next 2 speakers will be Fernando Pina, followed by Rovi Lynn Antonio.
Good evening, Mayor Newsom and members of the City Council. Fernando Pena on behalf of the San Mateo County Association of Realtors. I'm here this evening in opposition to policy number 3. This proposal would move up the Bay Area Air District proposal to ban gas water heaters from 2027 and furnaces in 2029 to 2026, just 7 months from now. This is unrealistic. And commissioners at recent staff presentations at commission meetings agree that this is not an attainable objective, and much more outreach needs to be done with the public. Also, please keep in mind that many homes in San Mateo are over 60 years old, and many of these homes were not built for easy upgrades to electric. While we support electrification of homes today and in the future, we remain concerned about mandates and middle-class eligibility for rebates, and ask that you continue to consider any additional costs beyond simply swapping out water heaters and furnaces, including for any panel upgrades, as we've talked about earlier this evening, rewiring, and any construction beyond rebates. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Rovi Lynn Antonio.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Rovi Lynn Antonio with the California Apartment Association. We are a trade association representing rental property owners and operators here in San Mateo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We are here to comment on the proposed electrification, but I want to focus mainly on existing residential buildings. And as you deliberate on the best course forwards with the 5 different options you have tonight, we implore you that you engage in a robust discussion with housing providers and residential building owners on the feasibility of phasing out natural gas. The city needs to front load these discussions and focus on the cost, the timeline, and the operational constraints to undergo a major capital improvement project. This is a costly project, and that is the main concerns for our members. We respect the information on the potential cost benefits to adopting all electric. However, please recognize that it is a very long road to arrive at a destination where property owners could begin to see the benefits of electrification. With an electrification mandate, the city will be forcing property owners to take on a massive debt to fund the retrofit. And contrary to some proponents' beliefs, not all property owners have cash available to front load the cost to do these projects. The city must also develop a plan to help offset the retrofit. Subsidies need to be substantial in order to ease the burden. and any rebates, incentives, or subsidies need to be scaled in accordance to the total cost of the retrofit. The other issue is the proposal to adopt a commercial building performance standards in some multifamily buildings, or option 4. Please acknowledge and realize that some of these standards may also be cost prohibitive. And actually, some of the commercial buildings that were labeled that staff had on their slide also includes residential multifamily buildings in that definition. Some of the conditions that could be placed on later down the road could limit a building's income revenue, as well as limitations on property owners' operational issues. If you do choose to go with policy option 4, we ask that you don't make these standards onerous and keep the provisions strictly focused on the technicality of the electrification versus veering off to other policy discussions that have no nexus to electrification. And we're also requesting that each time the commercial building standards are discussed, to bifurcate that and also acknowledge that multifamily residential business are included in that definition, because it's really confusing for us to weigh in on commercial business standards when you're referring to residential buildings as well. And please do not rush this and take as much time you need to have these discussions and talk about the practicality of the project.
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment, where our first speaker will be Dashiell Leeds. Dashiell, please unmute your mic.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We broadly support the options discussed for inclusion in the Sustainable Building Strategy. In particular, I'd like to focus my time and attention on supporting the AC to heat pump policy mentioned in option 2. This policy could require the installation of a heat pump when an air conditioner is replaced or installed. The absolute best time for households to switch to a heat pump is when they need to replace their air conditioner. Heat pumps can easily replace central AC units without requiring electrical upgrades. And as discussed in the staff presentation, residents will have access to that $1,500 PCE rebate. And heat pumps come with the added benefit of providing both heating and cooling, which in addition negates the necessity of replacing a gas furnace down the line, which could save residents $10,000. This allows for San Mateo residents to be well positioned for the implementation of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District appliance rules, phasing out the sale of gas appliances, including furnaces and water heaters. Furthermore, we're glad to see that residents who electrify will save money on their monthly bills, and that the rate of these savings will increase over time. We encourage San Mateo to do everything it can to equitably accelerate building decarbonization and make the process accessible and affordable for residents. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Moving to our next speaker will be Sam Fishman. Sam, please unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak in favor of this plan, and I'm sorry I couldn't be here in person today. My name is Sam Fishman, and I work with the Bay Area policy think tank SPUR on sustainability initiatives. We focus heavily on building decarbonization, and we've released reports on electrification affordability, heat pump permitting, and efficient electrification. We applaud this decarbonization plan, and SPUR selects focus areas very carefully. And the reason we've selected and prioritized building decarbonization are multifold. Buildings account for a significant share of emissions in the Bay Area, given our reliance on gas and dense building stock. Local building policies, especially around heating electrification, offer some of the highest greenhouse gas reduction potential. Simply put, it's one of the most effective actions cities can take to combat climate change. Clean heating retrofits produce a series of overlapping benefits for communities. Clean heating retrofits improve resilience to extreme heat, reduce air pollution, protect public health, and as the staff has shown, or as your consultants have shown, they can lower household energy bills substantially, and even more so over time. We also are seeing advances in technology, policy design, and markets are making large-scale leaps to make building electrification more achievable. The Bay Area Air District's zero-emission appliance rules further enforce the reason for cities to take action ahead of the 2027 and 2029 deadlines. And these plans are all right in line with these mutually reinforcing rationales for prioritizing building electrification at the local level. Reach codes like AC to heat pump requirements ensure building owners electrify at junctures in building life cycles that are cost effective. They are no-brainers in a post-air district rural environment. And implementing zero NOx regulations early would ensure San Mateo is exceptionally prepared to decarbonize compared to other regions in the Bay Area that will be potentially scrambling to ensure they're ready to implement the Backman rules. Other cities in the Bay Area like San Francisco are moving towards building performance standards, and major cities around the US have already implemented them. PCE's robust subsidies, electrification support services, and emergency replacement program are exactly the kind of infrastructure you'd want in place to ensure this plan is implemented affordably for residents. So this is a smart, cost-effective, and regulatorily aligned plan, and I urge the council to approve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving to our next speaker will be Wendy Chow. Wendy, please unmute your mic.
Hello, thank you so much for taking my comment, members of the City Council. My name is Wendy Cho. I'm a resident of San Mateo since 2016, and I'm on staff at Acterra, Action for a Healthy Planet, which is an environmental nonprofit based in the Bay Area. I'm here tonight to talk about weaning ourselves from gas. I want to remind everyone what the cost is of not doing that, of continuing to depend on gas. In fact, if there's something such as a disaster like an earthquake, restoring gas service is acknowledged to be a much lengthier process compared to restoring power. It's something that can take days, weeks, or even months to restore gas, depending on the severity of the damage. And so I think that we should remember that for resilience purposes, gas is really not good. Also, recent study after recent study has shown the major health harms from burning methane gas indoors. It's something that I think should be concerning. I'm sure that decades ago, people resisted the idea that we should use de-leaded gasoline as opposed to leaded because that was more difficult. But we all know that that was a major health achievement. Now we just have to go the next step further and remove gas from our homes. You can also think about appliance lifetimes and maintenance. Gas water heaters break down after maybe 10 to 12 years in the best of scenarios. We don't hear about homes' refrigerators breaking down. Refrigerators are actually heat pumps. It's a much more reliable technology that lasts. And then there's the amazing efficiency, the 400% efficiency that was discussed by Ryan from Rincon. That's something also really beneficial from heat pumps. I would like to mention that I support all 5 of the strategies for building electrification that have been discussed. And also, these are completely normal in other countries around the world that have been relying on heat pumps for decades. There's no discussion or debate about it. They just use them because they work. And I'd love to also concur with all the comments noted by Sam Fishman and the San Mateo Climate Action Team, very astute comments. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving to our next speaker will be Elaine Salinger. Elaine, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Elaine Salinger. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Citizens Climate Lobby San Mateo County chapter members, of which I am the leader, and we have about 1,200 members, over 200 of whom live inside the city limits of San Mateo. So we strongly support all 5 options, and I want to tell you a little story about an experience that I had about 12 years ago that was really eye-opening. I heard about an offer from Sunrun that we could put solar panels on our roof. It was a lease to own option, so no money up front. You would immediately start saving money on your energy bill, on your electricity, because energy from the sun is free. And then after 8 years, you would own the solar panels, and then you would really start saving money. And I thought this was great. I did a post on Nextdoor to about 500 homes in our neighborhood. And I thought, oh boy, at least half the people are going to do this. And I was quite surprised to see that actually only one family did this. It was our immediate neighbor. They saw the solar panels going in. They knew us, they trusted us, they talked to us, and they went ahead and did it. And no other family that I know of out of those 500 homes made the switch. And that was when I realized that even when that you're given the opportunity to do something good for the environment and that will actually save you money, that we need rules to help people make the right decisions, that they're not going to change what they're doing because it's financially in their interest and because it's good for the environment. Change is hard and they need rules. So I am asking you to please vote for all 5 options to make it easier for people to do the right thing for their pocketbooks and for the earth. And I also want to mention that about 2.5 years ago, we replaced our gas water heater and furnace with a heat pump. And I don't know why our bill went down so much, but it went down 70%, 70. So people will save a significant amount of money on their energy bill when they make this switch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Mike Swire. Mike, please go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Newsom and members of the council for taking up this important subject. This is Mike Swire calling. In a former life, I was a consultant to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency on building standards. And I would like to call in tonight to simply support everything that the San Mateo Climate Action Team has put forward, including Robert Whitehair and Michelle Hudson, in support of all 5 of the strategies that are up for discussion, including new construction, retrofits, new gas, water heater and furnace installs, commercial buildings, and finally city buildings. I think these are all easy things that we can be doing to make a sizable dent in climate change, in indoor air pollution, and in saving people money in the long run. And just to go a little off topic, I will remind everyone that transportation is actually by far the largest contributor to greenhouse gases. So while we're doing good stuff here, I wanted to remind everyone that we need to move the needle on our largest greenhouse gas generator, which is transportation. But this bit here on building standards will certainly help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Newsom, that concludes public comment.
Thank you for all of your comments. Great presentation. I will open this up to comments and feedback and questions from the council. Who would like to go first? Deputy Mayor, would you like to kick it off? Thank you.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. Okay, I have a few questions. Thank you, Andrea and Ryan, for the presentation. I have some questions about Pathway 3. Could we tweak Pathway 3 to maybe just focus on water heaters right now?
I think we are looking for council feedback on how to shape each policy pathway. So that's could be a direction that council gives. I guess I'll just remind you then that water heaters with the air district rule would be implemented in 2027. So we'd have to think of a time frame before that, which would perhaps we'd need further direction on. But then I think 2026 is maybe the only available option.
Thank you. Could we tweak Pathway 3 to have some kinds of hardship exemptions? I guess just to be a little more specific, if we were to consider what you shared in the presentation, it seems to me that while heat pump water heaters in potentially many cases, thanks to rebates, could be cost effective or even less expensive than replacing a new gas water heater. There may be some cases in which it's not. If you have to install a panel, perhaps, or if you just have a certain house that is in maybe a certain situation, or if we lose access to some of the rebates. And could we tweak Pathway 3 to allow homeowners in San Mateo who find themselves in such a situation to perhaps be waived from the requirement to pick an electric option or a zero NOx option?
Yes, the feedback we're asking for tonight is certainly on what type of hardship exemption would be included or should be included in a potential ordinance. So what I'm hearing is support of a hardship exemption, acknowledging technical infeasibility and or challenges related to costs.
Thank you. I also had kind of a question about you had a lot of information on benefits that can come from programs that Peninsula Clean Energy offers, and I was curious how this might be made possible through something like the concierge program. For example, if someone were to avail themselves of Peninsula Clean Energy programs, asking for support, maybe getting quotes. Does that feel like a reasonable scenario in which someone in a home in a position where they need to make a replacement of either a water heater or a furnace, utilizes existing programs to get quotes, and then if they got quotes that seemed out of line with the savings we're hoping they might see, they could then share that with the city under Pathway 3 if we were to go forward and get an exemption that way?
Yeah, it sounds like you're asking about whether or not we could continue partnering with Peninsula Clean Energy, and if a property owner utilized their programs that showed that the quotes were consistent or like met certain criteria of a hardship exemption. Yeah, I think that could be possible.
Very good. So how does staff currently see the potential passage of something like AB 306 affecting our timeline or plans, maybe particularly with regard to options 1 and 2?
Yeah, AB 306 limits cities and counties throughout California and making local amendments to the state code. Our typical timeline for evaluating reach codes and kind of thinking about being timely with the building code is that we would adopt reach codes by fall of this year and then bring them into implementation by January 1. With AB 306's current language, the ability to do so for the upcoming code cycle seems highly unlikely or very limited. So there are cities and the city council took action to write a letter of opposition to the bill as currently written, as the current bill language is really constraining any ability to take local amendments.
So I guess given that, if the council were to support Pathway 2 tonight, for example, would we go ahead with the timeline that perhaps before AB 306 we were going to undergo and just see how we might be affected, or might we be considering like an accelerated timeline or something different?
Yeah, council's direction tonight is still really necessary to understand the support for reach codes and renovations in general. Like many cities, we're waiting and watching if there will be amendments to the bill language that will allow for more time for more time, or even an adjustment to overall bill language that would allow for some of the reach codes we talked about today to be brought forward. But unfortunately, even with the most accelerated time frame, with the current bill language, it's really unlikely to be able to move an amendment forward.
And if I can just reinforce that point. So right now, as pointed out during the presentation, AB 306 would set a time starting in October 1st of this year through 2031, I think, that would prohibit local jurisdictions from essentially enacting reach codes. And normally cities will, such as San Mateo, will bring a reach code to the city council in the fall, such as October. So the city staff has to act between the time the Building Standards Commission issues the new statewide building codes and then make amendments to that using local findings. And then we'll bring that to the city council usually in October, which is when the prohibition would begin. So it would have to be extremely accelerated to the point where it may not in fact be feasible as pointed out.
Thank you. I guess I had one other quick question related to Pathway 3, which is if we were to consider maybe going ahead with heat pump water heaters and not HVAC furnaces at this time, could we consider revisiting this in a year's time or some amount of time? Do you have a sense when we might be able to come back and maybe get a sense of like whether technology has changed, costs have changed, or the opportunity might be different? Sorry if it was there was
Sorry,
distraction.
I was a little bit distracted during this. If you could recap your question.
So I think my first question earlier was about considering if Pathway 3 maybe just focused on water heaters at this time. I'm thinking about upfront cost and how it seems that right now for furnaces it might not be as cost effective, but could we consider returning to that in a year's time or somewhere down the line to see if opportunities have shifted?
Yes. If council's direction is to separate the different equipment types and focus on water heaters in an immediate time frame and heat pumps in a later time frame, that direction could be executed.
Okay, I think I have one final question at this time, which is we got some public comments seeking some clarity on what exactly might be considered within commercial building standards and what might be considered maybe with other options or pathways. And so could you please elaborate a little on like what we are considering commercial under option 4 at this time?
Sure. Yeah, our building performance standards for commercial buildings is inclusive of commercial buildings and large multifamily residential buildings. The square footage threshold is something that hasn't been selected, but as I'll reiterate that the state law AB 802 currently requires benchmarking for buildings 50,000 square feet or greater. And so the city could consider aligning with that square footage threshold to start or lowering that threshold in order to capture more buildings.
And so I guess I'm a little confused on like if multifamily residential buildings were to fall under option 4, could they also fall under option 2? Or are the codes we're considering under option 2 really more for like single family homes or smaller buildings?
Yeah, under option 2, we're really looking at like a type of equipment. So you could, like we could think about rooftop package units are like a type of HVAC unit that a lot of commercial buildings have, and they're also very cost effective to swap out from gas to electric. But yeah, most of the numbers we showed today were for single family residential size equipment.
Were we actually considering something like a rooftop HVAC for commercial buildings at this time?
That wasn't a reach code approach that was vetted through this process, but if it sounds familiar, it is because we had discussed it in previous like reach code discussions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for humoring me on those questions, Council, public, and staff and presenters. I'll try to give some brief comments on my thoughts to wrap up my time at the mic. I do just want to thank Andrea and Ryan very much for the work that's gone into this process, including the number of community outreach events you helped put together and other staff who participated in this. I want to thank the members of the public who are here, who gave public comment and who sent in emails and or participated in some of those outreach events. And you know, we got a diversity of input on this program. Many urging us to do all we can to reduce emissions and fight climate change before it's too late, and many urging us to avoid saddling San Mateans with debt and extra costs that may not be necessary at this time amid uncertainty. I think, you know, first of all, I'm just really honored to be here right now today. This, I think, is a historical moment in our city, a long time coming. And I think, you know, where I'm coming from on this is our city has had a legacy of seeking to do its part to ensure a sustainable future for future generations, reducing the emissions it may be causing locally, and you know, but in a cost-effective way. We're not, you know, each reach code cycle that the city has participated in has been focusing specifically on not saddling San Mateans with debt and extra costs with these changes, but instead doing what we can as technology and trends shift toward fewer emissions and a healthier environment. And to me, this is the next step. That was the idea behind this council priority when former Mayor Rick Bonilla brought it before council, and that council agreed to consider what it would take to move the city beyond natural gas. That, of course, is a target, farther in the distance, but what it allowed us to do is put in some work to determine what we could do today to invest in our future in a cost-effective manner. And I think the presentation was pretty robust in demonstrating a number of potential cost-effective ways in which we could achieve significant gains toward those goals. So for that reason, I do support option 1, option 2, option 4, and option 5. And I do support a version of option 3 that could perhaps align better with the other options in terms of ensuring we advance in a cost-effective manner. And to me, what I feel we've seen in the presentation to date on that is that I would like us to consider option 3 for heat pump water heaters. I realize that is just a portion of the greenhouse gas emissions we could potentially reduce at this time. But I think there are many benefits to going ahead with what we feel is available in a cost-effective way. as mentioned, it would begin preparing us for upcoming regional rules that we would need to start following more broadly. And frankly, in a way, I think it's very much in the model of reach codes, in that we're going a bit ahead of the state and other bodies with the idea of like demonstrating viability and feasibility. And if we're able to do it with some measure of hardship exemptions for those who find during the process that they just can't do it, then I think we could come back and take a look at other appliances. I guess furnaces would be the next one to look at, and see if technology and other cost trends might catch up, such that we could consider more. But I wanted to throw that out there for my council colleagues to please consider. I did just want to mention for option 1, business as usual, that outreach is important. And I think we clearly need to keep this up because we got a lot of comments and emails expressing concern, big concern for all electric mandates in existing buildings, which is not what we're considering tonight. So we clearly need to keep doing, educating. I really feel like I hope people take away that the city of San Mateo is interested in what we can do in a cost-effective manner. And I just want to point out that I think option 2 with the air conditioner to heat pump reach code can really help some, as many people have mentioned, including I think in the presentation, offset the future cost of furnace replacement. So in a way, we're getting to some of what I think option 3 is trying to do on the furnace end with option 2. Option 4 represents a significant portion of citywide emissions, as was mentioned. What gets measured gets managed. I think we need to take a step-by-step approach. I appreciate public comment urging us to continue to engage, and I think that's the model we're looking at. We want to start by, making sure that buildings of a certain type are that we're gathering data and that we're understanding what next steps we can take. So as has been mentioned, if we don't get started, it's going to be very difficult to affect significant change. I know that Brisbane has done a good job on this, and other cities in the area have as well. Of course, with electric first policy, it has exemptions for infeasible projects. So to me, I think that's kind of the approach I want to take with option 3 and all the options we consider for those, in San Mateo. We are considering the same, and we have the opportunity to do that while still modeling the way. I realize I was not very brief, but I want to thank everybody for that. Those are my comments.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Fernandez, please.
I want to thank Andrea and Ryan for their really great presentation. It was very comprehensive. I also want to thank Deputy Mayor Lorraine for his enthusiasm on this project, because I learn a lot about this area from him every time we have one of these items brought on. In the interest of just sort of time and just to give them the number of options we have, would it be possible for us to do a straw poll and just kind of get an idea of where people are on this item? Would there be interest from the council on that? I'm sure you have remarks you want to make, but can we just?
I have some questions as well. So I think we should just all go through and hear where we're at.
Totally fine.
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. So going back to slide 15, if you wouldn't mind, the heat map. And just to be clear, I have some very pointed data specific questions. So while I appreciate that we did community outreach and we're kind of looking at a color coding of what the feedback is, what are the actual numbers? So how many people is this representative relative to the entire community of San Mateo?
So the online survey I mentioned represents about 200 people.
Okay.
And then in totaling the in-person, virtual, and community and partner events, I calculated like a conservative estimate of 150.
Okay. And I totally appreciate that it's difficult to get community to come out, but that is a small sampling relative to the fact that we're a population of 101,000 plus and growing. With that, have we looked at census data to better understand what the demographics are across San Mateo? And the reason I ask that is because, for example, my district is 80% homeowner and over 50% is 65 plus. And as we all know, seniors are the largest aging demographic in San Mateo. And then if we look at, how the rebate structure falls, my concern is that I don't want us to be regressive with some areas like our seniors that would have to front load these costs that are on fixed income. And so I'd like to understand what data we've actually looked at to validate that this is something that would be cost effective. And just to further bolster that point, so for example, in Shoreview, where the homes are over 60 plus and it's an equity priority community, a lot of our panels are actually on the outside of the home. And so, yes, it may be true that the cost of an induction stove, for example, is the same as a gas stove. When you actually go to electrify, and I did it, the cost to upgrade the panel was $14,000. So, I think we need to get real about what the true cost is relative to what the appliance is versus what it's going to cost for people to actually upgrade and electrify their homes.
Quite a few questions in there.
Yep.
I will try to cover all of them. We did a really deep dive into the buildings of San Mateo. I would say less of a deep dive into like the census data of populations and incomes and things like that. What I will say is that when we look at the actual policies, I think it's really important not to misconstrue like electrifying an entire existing building and really focus on the specific policies that we're looking at. So again, for business as usual, we're not requiring anything for existing buildings. For reach code option 2, we're only targeting when you're going to be doing an air conditioning project or a major renovation of your home. So over like $100,000. So again, if you're on a fixed income and you're doing a major renovation, it's like 1% of your project cost to do one of these options. And if you're installing an air conditioner, we're talking about an incremental cost of around $1,500, which is covered by a rebate. So we expect there to be really no incremental cost. Under policy 3 is where we do see some costs. And we talked about kind of the mixed feedback around that, especially around HVAC. With water heaters, it's likely a savings after you pay for, once you get your rebates. In some cases, there's definitely potential that you are going to upgrade a panel. I upgraded the panel on my house, very similar situation, but it was like $3,000. So it varies house to house. And again, as long as you have a 100 amp panel or so, we don't expect you to need an upgrade, especially with things like smart circuits and things like that. Option 4 doesn't affect single family or residential homes, and option 5 does not. So I think, yes, there's the potential to have significant costs for building electrification in some homes, in some situations. And the policies that we're looking at here largely avoid those things. And again, like things like panel upgrades were something that was considered in a lot of this, and focusing on like times when you're going to be doing that work anyway, or like with the AC is really what we're looking at here.
I guess my concern is, we're saying, largely, but we don't actually know. And just to give you an example, so to qualify for rebates, a single person household, which could be many of our seniors, right? You have to be under 109,000. And then a 2-person household is 125,000 threshold. 3-person is 141. So I think, if we're going to, from my perspective, if we're going to ask our residents to do something like this, the city needs to eat what we cook first. And we need to electrify all of our buildings first and make sure we understand what the true costs for our 187 buildings that we have in San Mateo are before we're going to put the burden on homeowners when we really don't know. And I think the other piece of it is, just to spit facts, we are headed into a recessionary period. people's money and pocketbooks are tight. And so we have to balance that too, right? Like I'm all for climate change. I'm probably one of the biggest proponents up here next to Adam Lorraine on this, but we also have to balance that with what the true costs are. And I feel like, we're not really giving a full picture of what it's going to cost people. And we haven't really gone community by community within San Mateo to assess what are the populations, what are people actually have at their homes and what those values are. So from where I sit, I'm only okay with option 1 and option 5.
I would just clarify one point around the PCE rebates. Those cost numbers are for like the enhanced low income rebates, which are significantly more or even free costs. So those are the thresholds for those installs. All the rebates that we talked about in the presentation are just available to anyone. They're not income qualified.
But, I just think it's one thing for us to say, to tell someone, we encourage you to go from gas to electric. It's another thing to tell people, go do this, good luck. And so for me, until the city, we put our money where our mouth is and do it ourselves, we shouldn't be telling other people what to do. So again, I'm going to stick with options 1 and option 5.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you through the mayor, and thank you, Andrea and Ryan, and my council members, and everybody who spoke. Just to try and get through things, a lot of people have said a lot already. Just to go a couple of overall comments and criteria. I think we're all saying whether it's, we don't know whether it should be water heater or furnace or seniors versus else. I'm not clear about if we say yes to something tonight, what that actually gives you permission to do. So I'd really appreciate that. So as an example, with option 2, I just went through the heat pump water heater experience. Great PC experience. Loved all the support they gave me. But I don't know what the costs are for people, a little bit like what Councilmember Schurger-Gaditzi said. And if we said, yes, go ahead with number 2, but you said at one point, the cost-effective studies have to be validated before we say yes to any codes. We say, do it. You go out and come back with a study that says, this isn't validated. Have we given you permission to do something, or are we just giving you permission to go study some more?
The second one. So thank you for asking the question. The direction tonight will direct staff to keep looking into REACH codes for renovations. We wanted to provide these 2 examples to just really add some color to what REACH codes with renovations could look like. Ryan mentioned the cost effectiveness studies. Those are important and required of the California Energy Commission in order to adopt amendments to the energy code. So if there is direction from the council tonight to keep looking at those, you would see those in a study session. And then we kind of already mentioned and talked through AB 306 and those potential impacts, but that's what you would be directing staff to do.
Okay, because I'm much more comfortable saying, here's what I want to take a look at, as opposed to go do it and come back and whoops, because I don't think we have enough information. I mean, you provided a lot more than last time. You and I had a bit of a debate last time about what were the labor costs that we used and where did they come from. And I appreciate the fact that it's PC source this time. So thank you for that. I think number 2, just sort of blanket throughout, we have to think a lot about hardship exemptions, because I'd rather get the principle of somebody trying to do something, even if it's 3 people versus 100,000, I'd rather get the principle implemented and then expand from there. Because it's just, your neighbor is going to tell you, or your building owner that you talk to at the developer meetings, whatever, they're going to be much more influential than anything we could do. So hardship exemptions, whether it's for individuals or for the city. I mean, we keep talking about a over $10 million deficit we're running. Now, I agree that we should certainly lead by example with the buildings. But what happens if we go through and say, from a cost perspective, whoa, this is going to totally blow our budget? And that's just like any family or any building owner. And so I think we have to be very intentional figuring out for each category what the hardship exemption should be. And I would vote to have them much more generous at first and then tweak them going forward, because we want people, other people said it in public comment, that you should incentivize as opposed to mandate. And I agree with Ms. Salinger that sometimes you have to put rules in to make people do things, but if you just have rules, this will not be a success. So I'd rather get the number of people who actually do something, get people like me who wanted to do it and just I needed the concierge push, and the rebates. That was my particular thing, but just target that small group first. Also, I think, there was a lot of question about the upstream costs and whether it's a house that's 60 years old and here's what it'll cost to do the heat pump, but I have to go get rid of my old wiring, which isn't included, and that brings you up to the kinds of costs you're talking about. Or we heard from a lot of building owners, well, please don't ask me to go upstream because I can't possibly update my entire building. So maybe it's looking at, and this is also coming back to study, is that we start, rather than just new construction, we start buildings that are 10 years old and just look at that, or 15, or as opposed to don't ask people who have 60-year-old built homes in North Shoreview that, you've got to go redo everything in order to do one thing, or someone who's got a building who's providing affordable housing and it's an old building, and that's part of the reason why the rent's lower, to have to redo everything in order to be able to upgrade. So I would really encourage us to start just a little bit more than where we are now and then continue and continue and continue. So with some of those, and then education, we've done some, we need to do so much more. And the incentives, PC is great, but everyone I've spoken to, they don't even know this is happening. And you know that, Andrea, this isn't Brian. It's frustrating and you can knock your head against the wall. I don't know what the answer is, but we need to do a lot more if we really expect people to come and do that. So with all that, option one, yes, we absolutely need to continue to do what we're doing and expand big time on education and incentives, and whether it means blasting the incentives across every bus stop in San Mateo, I don't know, but we need to do something different because it's not getting out there. Number two, as I said, I'm happy to say for specific renovations, and be very clear, this is not everything in a home. And thank you, Ryan, for clarifying that this is not multifamily. We're talking about single family homes for the most part in option two. Is that correct? Okay, so I think that there's an education piece that we saw tonight people don't know about, or they just haven't understood. And I'm happy to further study what can we do in terms of those individual homes and those specific moments, and how do we make the conversion as easy and painless as possible from a cost perspective, number one, but also a convenience perspective, number two. Number three, I just think is a non-starter right now, given where we are with AB 306. And I know I've spoken to some people out in the audience, and it's reach for the stars because you might get to the moon. I don't think we can even get to Oklahoma by October. So I just think I don't want us to do anything that is an unrealistic goal that we'll never be able to do. And hearing you talk about it, Andrea, just made me that put the fine point on it. And I think that's enough. I'll say that now. I'd be happy to come back and look at it again, but to do it for 1 year, I don't think makes a whole lot of sense. Option four, I'd be interested in getting a lot more discussion with the building owners and the developers as to how do we do this. I like the idea as we've done already, of starting with standards and including more and more. And I think, Ryan, you had a lot of good examples of what it could be. But I think we are far away. Or I certainly don't know what that could be. And I think talking to one developer group or one building group is insufficient, particularly given the fact that we have so many and we're trying to do so much right now. And then number 5, yes, we should lead first, but certainly from a cost perspective, hardship exemption, but also from a public safety perspective. I mean, our police force, our fire department, everyone who is responsible for our safety has to have the option to know that they are always going to have what they need at all times. And as I understand it right now, diesel generators are the gold standard. Maybe there'll be something else, but we have to think that through. And I would say we'd have to, I'd want to involve our public safety officials very extensively. So there are a lot of caveats in what I have to say, but I want to go forward in a way that people can buy in and believe that it can happen, and we start small. And I also want to make sure that market dynamics are maintained. So if we do something, then we don't say, you can't pass this cost on, or you can't do this. We have to make this happen so that all of our residents, our building owners, everyone else really can get with it. So, thank you.
Thank you both for a great presentation. And thanks for putting up with all of our questions. I'm trying to distill out things that have already been asked. What concerns do we have for funding assistance that comes currently from the federal level, not being there in, I'll call it 90 days to 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear. It is currently law. It's in the tax code. I think it's a harder thing to remove. I just got my tax credit for my water heater and it still works. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what's going to happen tomorrow at this point. So,
do we have any data on residential? For example, I've lived in San Mateo since 1980, and the majority of the people I know until the last 5 or 10 years haven't had air conditioning. Do we have an idea of what percentage of residential homes have AC? Do we have an idea of what percentage of residential homes have more than an 80 kilowatt or 80 amp panel? And is there some correlation to the age of the house versus what the panel size usually is, so that we could gather some even like straw poll data, even if it's not very accurate? Have we done any of that?
yes. So on the air conditioning question, probably around 25% of homes have air conditioning, and that number is increasing. That is based on the California Residential Appliance Saturation Survey, which does questionnaires and investigation on a county by county level. And that aligns, we've hashed back and forth through this with PC and others, and that is about where we're at. As far as the panel upgrade, UCLA completed a study where they looked at every building permit ever issued, and they used machine learning and did this huge research project. And based on their data, they expect somewhere around 3 to 5% of homes have less than 100 amp panel. One at my house had a 70 amp panel on a duplex, and it was impossible to electrify, and I had to upgrade it. So that's kind of where we expect it to be. And it just depends on if it's been upgraded before for other things. Like if someone wanted to add a spa or a hot tub or something like that, you usually have to do a panel upgrade. So somewhere in that ballpark.
I live in Sunnybray, and house was built in 1946, and I have an 80 amp, and I think most of my neighbors do. And that's why I asked, because that 5% doesn't seem
right.
It doesn't pass the, well, I won't say the smell test, because natural gas. But yeah, I question that, and I wonder if we could do a little digging just as a future, study as part of this process?
We did look at building vintage, so like when buildings were built, and like 2/3 are built before the 70s. And it seems about like 1960 is when we started to see 100 amp panels and greater. So somewhere in there, like there's a potential for there to be more, but statewide, most of the buildings were built before the 70s. So it's, it's really hard to get specific data. PG&E turns out it's not super great with sharing data, and it's unclear that they know exactly what all the panels are like.
Yeah, I get it. PG&E sucks. Shoot, sorry, said that as a private citizen. Which bill on option 4? Which do we have any idea what percentage of buildings? So AB 802 will apply to any commercial buildings that are over 50,000 square feet. Do we have any idea what that represents for commercial buildings in San Mateo? So for example, if we were to say, hey, let's use 25,000 square feet, which is half of that, what percentage of commercial buildings does that apply to? And likewise, I think one of the things we heard, which I think we should reiterate, is calling, a 5-unit apartment building, commercial building. We really need to make sure we're differentiating that. Like we can still talk and put things in place, but I think we ought to really be almost bracketing that as 2 separate brackets. Like you have a residential commercial building and then you have a commercial building. But do we have any stats or data as to what's 50,000 square feet or more and what might be if we use a lower threshold?
Yeah, so I believe, so we've done this research. I'm going to recall this from memory. So if it's not exactly right, I apologize. But I believe that for 50,000 square feet, we're around like 200 and something buildings. And about half of those are multifamily buildings. And half of them are offices, retail, all those other things. When you go to 20,000 square feet, I think it goes up to like 500 buildings. And that like half and half maintains. I will say when you set building performance standards, you don't set one standard across all of the buildings. So every specific type of building, and even bracketed like within, so like office buildings, you wouldn't necessarily set one threshold for large offices and small offices. And we would figure that out once we collected data for several years. So we're several years away from knowing exactly where those thresholds should be set. And you'd want to set them in a way that made it feasible for folks to make an upgrade and get below the threshold. And again, really looking at those worst performing buildings where there's just been deferred maintenance, people haven't been keeping up on things, and they're using, sometimes orders of magnitude more energy than their other peer buildings.
Okay. If I were to look at these 5 and color code them, as you guys did for other things, I would be green for 1, red for 3, green for 5, and yellow for 2 and 4. So how does that actually put, I would say yes for 1 and 5. I would say no for 3, and 2 and 4, I'm saying yes, but I would like more data before we actually implement anything, as Councilmember Diaz-Nas had suggested. The only other thing with 5 is that I think I'd like the city to make sure we do a deep dive into what our kind of liability is if we were to move forward with this and say, hey, we're going to lead first, which we should try to do as a city. What could be the financial impacts of that if, I don't know, the HVAC goes out in top of City Hall? Like, what are the ramifications financially to our kind of CIP planning for the buildings of the city? So, but that said, I still think we should be leading, and that's why I'm a solid green for 1 and 5, a red for 3, and a yellow for 2 and 4. Thank you.
I just want to reinforce that we really, from my perspective, have not gone out to different communities and really looked around. Like if you walk through my neighborhood, you will see every single panel is sitting outside the home. These panels are from the 1940s, 1950s. And they all need to be upgraded. And I just don't think we're being real about the true cost value and the impact this is going to have on individuals. And I appreciate what you're saying, Mayor Newsom, about options 2 and 4. You know, I can get behind what the rest of the council wants to do, but we really do need data here, because this is going to be very cost burdensome. As someone that just went through it, I can tell you it's not. I was told by several folks by PCE, oh, it's going to be less than $5,000, and it was not. And so I know that's one use case, and I'm so glad I did it. Believe me, I'm happy. But a lot of people in San Mateo put their whole life savings into buying property, for example, and they're, you know, house rich, cash poor, and this is cumbersome. And so the state's already going to mandate policies. They're coming down. And so, you know, I agree we want to be a leader, but how do we balance that, like without the facts and the data?
Right. I think that to go back to what I was saying about 2 and 4 is we're basically greenlighting them to go forward and collect more data. That doesn't mean that we're staying green. Like if more data comes back, we are, at least my position is that I could flip to being a no on 2 and 4 if the data that they bring back does not, you know, makes that case.
Okay, I just want to be very clear on what the direction we're giving is, and that there's no confusion when things come back later. Like, we're just asking for data.
Can I?
Yes, sorry, Nicole.
Sorry, can I just like ask one more time? Do we want to straw poll it? Because we have like 5 options.
So I kind of heard from the council, unless Councilmember Fernandez, you want to weigh in as to where you're at?
I'm only down for 1 and 5.
Okay, so I hear 1 and 5, but the majority of what I hear is for, I hear a majority say no for option 3. So I already hear that. I hear a yes for sure on option 1 and 5. And then for options 2 and 4, I hear more research is needed from a majority of the council right now. And that would be Councilmember Diaz-Nash, Deputy Mayor Lorraine, and Mayor Newsom. You can get behind it too. No. Okay. We have the direction that we need for next steps. Is that correct?
Can I ask one question?
I think we have the direction.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for a great presentation. Appreciate it. Yeah, recess.
Yeah, like just 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
5-minute recess before we move on to the next option. We're back. The next agenda item is we're resuming back to item 38, a zoning code amendment and below market rate program update ordinance introduction. We'll have a presentation from Steve Golden, the principal planner. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This item before you is the implementation of housing element policies with zoning code amendments and an update to the below market rate, or what's also called the inclusionary program. So to start off, as I always do with our San Mateo housing element implementation items, just to give a brief background, the council adopted the housing element on May 20th, 2024, and it was certified by the California Department of Housing and Community Development on July 23rd of 2024. There's 5 goals to support compliance with the state law and to achieve the city's regional housing needs allocation. They include supporting production, preservation, protection, promotion, and affirmably furthering fair housing. There are 53 policies in the housing element with somewhere in the range of 150 implementation action items. And there are numerous housing element policies and programs that require zoning code amendments. They were targeted for adoption in 2024, 2025, and more are going to be coming in 2026. So this just gives a brief history of those zoning amendments that already came before you. The first 2 were in November 2023. Those were to assist in streamlining development. The first one increased the threshold for development projects to 25 units that could be approved administratively. The second one in November 2023 was the adoption of the Objective Design Standards, or otherwise known as ODS, and that applies to multifamily residential projects and mixed-use projects. And then in 2024, as part of the adoption of the housing element, the city established by right housing for sites that were reused from prior housing elements. And then in April, the council adopted 2 ordinances to implement a variety of housing implementation programs and pursuant to state law. So the item before you tonight is more zoning code amendments. They're in these 3 categories, which includes streamlining the development review process, which is part of policy, housing element policy H1.6, minimum densities and mixed-use residential development projects, which is policy H1.9, and updates to the city's below market rate or inclusionary housing program, which is policy H1.3. So these are all combined into one ordinance, but the specifics of the BMR guidelines are provided in a resolution, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So in this first category of streamlining the development review process, there's actually 3 items that you're looking at tonight. The first one is establishing an appeals process for projects that are determined by staff that are determined to be incomplete in the application process. So under the Permit Streamlining Act, there is a responsibility to determine if the application is submitted in all those materials, and there's also a requirement that the city provide an appeal process for this process of determining an application's completeness. The Permit Streamline Act provides sort of a general provisions of what the city has to do. So we're proposing that an appeal for this incomplete determination would be submitted within 14 days, and that the Planning Commission would make a final determination no later than 60 days after receipt of that written appeal. And this is in conformance with state law. So the second item in this category is to allow the zoning administrator up to 2 extensions, each up to 2 years. Currently, there's only 1 extension allowed for 2 years. So an initial planning application, that approval is good for 2.5 years. So 2 years for the application, for the building permit to be submitted on the application, and then additional 6 months to pull the building permit. So 2.5 years total is the requirement in the zoning code. The zoning code allows for 1 extension up to 2 years. So we're proposing an additional 2-year extension. So in total, under that second bullet point item, a project could be essentially alive for 6.5 years from the planning application approval. It's not an automatic approval. There are findings that the zoning administrator would have to make, similar to the findings that are in the code today. So with this, we're also proposing to remove language that requires automatic extensions of a planning application approval when a tentative subdivision map is extended. So there's some equity in removing that automatic extension with a subdivision approval, but allowing that potential for an additional 2-year extension. And then the third item in this bucket of streamlining the development review process is modification of the requirement for city council approval when a project exceeds 55 feet in height. With the general plan 2040, there were changes, as you know, for height limits. And so we're recommending to modify this current requirement for 55 feet of council approval for projects over 55 feet. So we're trying to align with what the maximum height is in the general plan. So on the screen is just one example for residential medium 1, medium 2, and residential high. There's a variety of height limits, 5 stories for residential medium 1, up to 8 stories for residential high. So what our proposal is to align that threshold for height to align with the maximum height in the general plan. We understand that there's not a numerical threshold set for that right now because the general plan says stories and not a specific height. We are moving forward to further define what the height limit would be for stories, and that's going to be part of the comprehensive zoning update. And we're moving forward with researching that and coming up with those height thresholds for story. Okay, so the second bucket of items is the minimum densities in mixed use residential development projects, which is housing element H1.9. So this is looking at establishing the minimum densities for a mixed use project based on the general plan 2040 mixed use land, general plan 2040 mixed use land use designations. So this was discussed at a August 14th, 2024 council study session. The council at that time directed city staff to study and propose the minimum densities for mixed use housing development projects. And you requested to establish higher minimum densities for projects that are near Caltrain stations. So what we're proposing tonight is to establish the minimum densities in all mixed use land use designations that are similar to the density suggested under the general plan, with slightly higher minimum densities within half-mile from the Caltrain stations. And I should also note that these minimum densities, if it only applies to mixed-use projects and projects that are proposing 5 or more residential units. So you can see the breakdown of the densities shown in this slide, and there's a lot more detailed discussion in the agenda report. We will be evaluating these minimum densities as part of the comprehensive zoning code update, as the city has a grant from MTC under the Transit Oriented Communities Program to further research this and do a more parcel by parcel analysis for each station area. And this just shows a map of those areas within the city limits that are general plan, mixed use, land use, general plan, land use designation of mixed use, and also the half-mile areas from our existing transit stops. Okay, so now moving into the third category, which is updates to the BMR or inclusionary program under policy H1.3. So the goal of policy H13 is to increase affordable housing production by allowing more compliance options in the inclusionary housing program and creating incentives through density bonus or community benefits programs. The current requirement for the BMR program is for developers to provide 15% affordable units in the low income category for rental projects or 15% moderate for sale projects. So state law requires that an inclusion housing ordinance also include an alternative means of compliance. So some alternative to providing these affordable units on site. And while our current guidelines does have an alternative policy or program, it's very limited and it requires projects to show that there's economic that a project is cannot produce those units because it's economically infeasible. So in the next couple of slides, we'll discuss the other alternatives and considerations in allowing those. So staff is recommending these changes to our inclusionary program as part of this policy. We actually committed to doing this in 2024. We're a little bit late, but we're doing it. But there will be a comprehensive BMR program revision next year in 2026 that is underway, but it will that will really start in 2026. So we'll be revisiting this question about alternative compliance. So as part of the proposal tonight, staff, we did research other jurisdictions' alternatives. The most common include the items on the slide before you, in lieu fees, land dedication, off-site construction, acquisition and rehabilitation, and developer proposed alternatives. So the two that we thought were the most feasible at this point were off-site construction and developer proposed alternatives. There's a lot more details about why and the challenges in implementing all of these and the benefits in the agenda report, but we're just going to be highlighting the ones that were proposed tonight. So with these two alternatives, construction, offsite construction, and developer proposed alternatives, there are findings that the council would have to make in order to approve an alternative. And so I'll just briefly touch on those. For both alternatives, the alternative needs the alternative needs to meet or exceed the housing project's BMR requirements, so the 15% low or 15% moderate. So the number of units and the type of units. There has to be consistency with the general plan and the housing element, and both require they have to demonstrate that this alternative has viable financing. And then for offsite construction option, they specifically have to show that they meet the AFFH objectives. It isn't so much explicit in the developer proposed alternatives, but because a project's alternative would have to be consistent with the housing element, it's still somewhat baked in there. And then also for the offsite option, the developer would have to show that or demonstrate and provide for concurrent occupancy of the unit. So the BMR units would have to be built and occupied at the same time as the market rate units. On the developer proposed alternative, they would need to show that the alternative, whatever they come up with, has to provide a greater public benefit than the on-site affordable units. Just to touch on real quick, while the government code does require us to adopt these alternatives, there's probably more than one reason why we're not getting too many projects that are going to propose an alternative. Two, the most common reasons are if you provide an alternative, if it's offsite or some other alternative, it would potentially or most likely make that project ineligible for state density bonus incentives. So a lot of developers are looking at those. And then another strong influence is by adding in one of these alternatives, you add discretion into the process, which a lot of developers are avoiding at this point. So for the BMR program updates, again, we're needing to update in the zoning code through the ordinance. Our zoning code is very brief when it comes to the BMR policy or the implementation of the BMR program. Most of that is in the guidelines, which was adopted through a resolution. I believe the last update to that was in 2020. So before you tonight is both the ordinance and the resolution. So the Planning Commission reviewed this at their May 13th, 2025 meeting. They did recommend that the City Council adopt the ordinance amending the zoning code to address the affordable housing compliance options, the planning application procedures and minimum densities for residential mixed-use development projects. And then they also, the fourth bullet under the ordinance is that they also propose that staff evaluate a maximum jobs to housing ratio for mixed use projects. So they recommended to take a look at dwelling units per square foot of commercial use. And so that's not something that staff moved forward with on this agenda. It's not something that you directed staff to take a look at with regards to establishing minimum densities for mixed use projects. But we just wanted to identify that the Planning Commission recommended for staff to evaluate that. And then they did recommend that the City Council approve a resolution to update the city's BMR program. So, in conclusion, staff is bringing forward the recommendations to adopt an ordinance amending the zoning code in those three items addressing affordable housing compliance options, the items under planning application procedures, and minimum densities for establishing minimum densities for residential mixed-use development projects, and to approve a resolution to update the city's below market rate program. And we are also recommending to find the ordinance and resolution exempt per CEQA guidelines 15183, which is the projects consistent with a community plan or zoning. With that, I thank you, and I can take any questions you might have after public comment. I will note that Rachel Horst, our Housing Division Manager, was also key in this agenda report presentation, but could not make it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. City Clerk, can we please open it up to public comment?
Certainly, Mayor Newsom. We have no request to speak in chambers. In our virtual environment, if you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. I will give you just a few moments to do so. Mayor Newsom, there are no requests to speak on this item.
All right, and we will close public comment and open it up to questions, comments, and eventually a motion from the council. Who would like to go first? Okay, Councilmember Fernandez.
So I am interested in finding out more about the ratio. It seems like staff very quickly disposed of not exploring the ratio option, and I'd like to get a little bit more information about why that was.
I can go ahead and take a stab at responding to that question. Zach Dahl, Community Development Director. So I think the Planning Commission made a recommendation to study it further. They were kind of clear in saying we recognize that this isn't something that's ready to fold in and adopt right now, but we would like to explore it further. And so I think if there is council interest, we can definitely explore this further and do additional analysis as part of our comprehensive zoning code update effort. There's a couple things that are worth noting about this recommendation. The instances that were given as examples of where this is applied in other jurisdictions were specific areas, specific plan areas, where you either had limited ownership or a confined area, and not necessarily citywide. There's any number of challenges or other barriers that we would need to study if we were going to approach something like that. And I think probably the key thing is you also want to understand the economic implications if you're looking to actually reduce kind of your employment or your economic base. And in the city of San Mateo, there actually really is not a jobs housing imbalance. There's a larger regional jobs housing imbalance, and I think the city definitely has a jobs housing fit. There's an affordability issue there. And so we would really have to identify what are the issues we're looking to address if we're actually looking to cap potential jobs. There's also a difference in a housing unit versus 1,000 square feet of, say, office. It's not, a job isn't static the way a housing unit is. So those are all factors that we would need to study further if there was interest in this. But I think the Planning Commission teed up this for further consideration, but not necessarily to include in this ordinance that you're considering here tonight.
Okay, well, I will say that I would like to express interest in exploring that from staff, having the ratio. With regard to the PlaceWorks contract, can you tell me how PlaceWorks intends to analyze best practices? And what does best practices even mean?
Just in general or with
Just in
regard?
general.
So I think we would look at recently adopted ordinances, zoning codes around the state. So I think we're looking at what are, depending on what the issues are. So I think the key is we would be doing deep dives in somewhere 8 to 10 key issues in the zoning code. Then you're looking around the region, around the state to say, how are different jurisdictions approaching these issues, different ways to solve them, address them, regulate them. And then those would be aggregated and then brought forward to how could that potentially work in the San Mateo context. So that would be kind of an example of how we would approach research. And then with that, we'd be getting community feedback and probably bringing it to Planning Commission or Council for a study session to get direction as well.
Well, I just for the record want to state that I'm interested in the ratio instead of the whole number. Thank you.
All right. I am okay with the recommendations, and I'll be open to learning more about the ratio question. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach and Steve, for your presentations. I just want to ask a clarifying question. When we talk about minimum densities applying to residential projects in mixed use, what's being proposed by staff would, not necessarily require mixed use areas to include housing, right? This would just apply to residential projects or projects with residential in them to have a certain minimum density of residential units.
Yeah. Sorry, through the mayor. So what is before you tonight is basically that. We're not dictating that you have to have a mixed use project, but if you have a project that proposes, as a component of that project, proposes at least 5 units, then we're establishing a floor of sorts to how many units have to be within that mixed use project. We will explore this further when we do this comprehensive zoning update, because we have a fairly large grant to do that and look at the transit oriented communities through that project.
Okay, thank you.
I should say that further analysis will also look at the economics of it. So this does, this is more the floor sort of discussion and implementation. And then from here is, there's going to be questions of how economically feasible is it? So that's one question to answer.
Thank you. Thank you. And so I appreciate staff indicating that there will be further study during the comprehensive zoning update. And I appreciate my colleague, Councilmember Fernandez, and potentially Councilmember Spirko-Kaditsky indicating some interest in pursuing, adding to that study some consideration of jobs housing ratios. Could we also look into opportunities to use models maybe like what has been used in the Redwood City downtown plan of having something like a cap or targets, right, of an amount of housing, an amount of square foot for office or other uses within a certain region. And I see that, comprehensive zoning update maybe citywide, but is there room in this to consider that type of model being implemented maybe in parts of the city as opposed to the whole city?
Through the mayor, yeah, I think definitely we'll be taking a look at those types of questions when we are updating the downtown area plan and looking at the other area plans which are in need of update, given the fact that general plan has been adopted. Those plans need to be better aligned, modernized in their own ways, but that the jobs or the different mix of uses could be certainly looked at. Just from sort of my perspective too, we don't necessarily want to control too much of what might occur with development, because oftentimes when you place too much control, we think we know more, but it often leads to other issues and problems. But we can certainly look at that. I think it's more opportunistic to look at when there are the area plans moving forward and look at those specific plans, because on a citywide basis, it is very difficult and challenging to look at that in that bigger sphere, but then focusing on those areas is more appropriate.
I think just to reiterate, the specific plan is where you'd really focus what you're talking about, Deputy Mayor Lorraine. If we're going to look at actual caps in certain areas, I think it's more appropriate there than looking at all the focus areas or even citywide. In this instance, it's just specifically for a specific plan.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Yeah, I mean, I think overall, I'm okay with moving forward with staff recommendation tonight on each of the different elements we were discussing. But I'm a little concerned that, what we have here, particularly with regard to minimum densities, may not, I'll grant that this maybe the aim isn't necessarily to ensure that we're going to have a certain amount of housing, but I do think that is something that's important to me when I think about the promise of General Plan 2040, one of the biggest concerns in our city and our community is we need more access to affordable housing, right? And so I think Director Dahl brought up some good points that we need to get a sense of what are we looking for, and I think what I'm concerned about with regard to this is, this is I think one thing this does address is ensuring that we have, of course, a certain minimum amount of density with mixed use projects, particularly in our transit oriented areas. When we have projects that seek to add some amount of residential to a mixed use project, potentially, for example, to take advantage of a density bonus, I think it's important that we make sure that at least a certain amount of residential that feels substantive and adds to that goal of having more access to housing and affordable housing is met. But I think this doesn't tackle a broader issue that I feel is present within our general plan as we consider zoning and specific plans in the future, which is we have a lot of mixed use designation in our study areas. We are not currently requiring developers to produce, any housing in those areas if they don't bring an application with housing in it. They could potentially build office in those areas. And so I want to make sure that we continue to study ways in which we can build upon this so that those study areas eventually, allow us to see the amount of housing that we've projected and ensure that we increase our access to affordable housing. And so sorry.
No, that's totally fine. I just want to, just for clarity, completely understand kind of where you are coming from on this. I just want to be very clear that the council, as part of the general plan, limited the heights for a sole commercial building to 5 stories. So in order for developers to really maximize the highest and best use, you're most likely going to see a mixed use development. What this is doing is it's a stopgap measure right now as we're looking at the comprehensive zoning updates overall. And so this is really trying to, at least at this moment, solve for, I know that the council last summer talked about the Draeger site only getting 4 units with, I believe, how many thousand square feet was it?
The Draeger site had 10 units,
10?
but they were 100% affordable.
Okay, got it. But how many square feet of office was it? 80,000?
It was, I think it was more than that.
Okay. But I know that's what I heard from the council last summer when you guys were talking about this. And so I think it's our first effort, Deputy Mayor Lorraine, in wading through these waters and at least establishing the stopgap as we see more applications coming in.
Indeed. Sorry, just through the mayor, one comment building on what the city manager mentioned, which is right now, if you look at our pipeline, and you can even go back the last 5 years, we have really just 2 projects that have kind of gone down this vein of a nominal amount of housing and then to maximize concessions and waivers. One was the office building at 435 East 3rd, where they gave exactly 5 units, so they were eligible for density bonus, use concessions and waivers. And then there was the project at the Draeger site, which they actually used a different provision in state law to access additional height by providing 10 units, but they were 100% affordable. So really, 435 East 3rd, I think, was the key example where 5 units, 1 affordable, but they got access to concessions and waivers. The rest of our pipeline, when it comes to our mixed use projects, are maximizing density and often going and using density bonus. And so I think it's important to recognize we aren't seeing a flood of projects that are finding a loophole here. Projects are maximizing what they can provide on the residential side while also including commercial and office. So I think that's the context where where we want to set a floor, but we're not seeing a lot of projects trying to push down on this floor right now. Everyone's, I think, going above and beyond because of the height they're trying to achieve, or that they want to build the housing because that's very financially viable right now.
Yep, all good points. I think I won't add too much. I'll just I'll indicate support for my fellow colleagues in continuing to study other ways in which we might build upon this, including a jobs housing ratio. And I think when we look toward specific plans, if I can allow for a friendly amendment, other models, including targets and so forth. Thank you.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
I think we've had enough discussion about ratios, and I think there's something good there to be studied. And I'm just wondering, and Director Dahl and I had a little bit of a conversation before we started tonight. It's going to take over 2 years to do our zoning code because it's such an enormous effort that we have to do. And what's going to happen in the interim with the number of applications we're going to get and how much of our really high prime territory it's going to take up. And then, if we don't have an interim, we have an interim solution for 2.5 years, are we going to have a problem? Like everything in San Mateo is going to go based on this. I'm just wondering if the pace of development, if it keeps up what we're seeing, is the game going to be over before we get back with, here's our new zoning code by neighborhood? Am I making sense? Somebody else, you understand what I'm talking about.
Yes, through the mayor, I mean, Zach is probably better to answer the question, but nobody has a crystal ball is always a good answer with trying to predict the future, but
I think this is kind of our stopgap measure right here. So we are setting a floor. Right now, we don't have a floor. And so this is kind of that first pass based on finding a balance. And I think 30 units an acre and 50 units an acre, I mean, that used to be the maximum in San Mateo just a year ago. So I think now we're setting that as the minimum. I think that's the city's coming a long way. And I think just reiterating, we're not seeing projects trying to minimize housing just to get access to concessions and waivers. The trend is clearly I mean, we've got 15 pipeline projects right now. None of these projects are giving us nominal housing just to get access to concessions and waivers. Everybody's hitting our max. Most are going beyond with density bonuses. And so at this trend, we're not really seeing a need that we would need to strengthen this at this point. So I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of new housing being proposed, hitting or exceeding what our densities are right now. And if we see a reversal, we can definitely bring that back and have a discussion if we need to make some changes. But so far, we haven't seen any indication that there's a trend with projects minimizing housing just to get access to concessions and waivers.
As long as if a trend starts to develop, we'd love to hear about it and love to talk to you about it. And then in terms of the offsite and alternative options, what have we learned or what will we learn about how to make the offsite option as attractive to future tenants as having it built into the building? Because historically, offsite options have been, I'm going to put my affordable housing over here and my, luxury housing is going to be here. And what can we do to make sure that wherever that alternative is, that it is, are you comfortable with the things you've suggested here, that it'll really produce a strong alternative option, or offsite option, I should say?
Yeah, through the mayor, I think we're offering this alternative as an option, but for a variety of reasons, and there's findings that have to be made. So it's not an easy process. It's not necessarily an easy process for a developer to propose that. There is the discretion of the council, so there's an unknown. And anytime you add in that to a project, developers often avoid that. And then because of the reasons for the density bonuses that developers are seeking, is another reason why we're probably not going to see too many offsite construction projects or offsite affordable units on housing projects. But we're giving that option. So if there is a developer who wants to seek out that alternative, we have the policies and findings for that. But for a variety of reasons, I don't know if it's ever been proposed in the city, but we'll have that option available. I mean, part of it is to provide the production of affordable units. So if a developer feels like offsite construction, that option is viable for them, then they can seek that process.
Okay. And my last comment is I'm not a big fan of in lieu fees because they never raise enough money to build housing. And by the time you get around to building the housing, prices have gone up. So for whatever that's worth, thank you very much for a great presentation. And I'm supportive of all the recommendations.
Thank you. Start off, all in all, I'm in favor of the recommendations. I do support my council member colleagues on a future study of ratio housing to commercial. I'd also be interested in knowing how we define commercial, meaning office space versus retail versus food, because one concern I hear a lot, which I don't think will pan out to be true, but for example, with the Hillsdale development, people are worried that they're going to put in just offices and residents and we're going to lose a lot of retail. We're going to lose a lot of food and options for meals, restaurants basically. So I want to make sure that we're looking at that and considering some sort of a mix. I don't want to have new developments go up that are, 2/3 office and 1/3 or 1/3 homes and not have somewhere for them to go to a corner grocery store. I just want to make sure we're cognitive of that. I'm interested in learning more about here we're going to hear a definition of what a story really is, so that's great. And then I too shared some concerns with the offsite BMR in that, I mean, first assumption obviously is it would be within the city limits, but I guess would it also be within the vicinity of the project? For example, if they were building, high-end luxury homes within the transit corridor, are we also going to require them to make sure that the BMRs are still in that, in that zone, or is there any thought to how that would work? Does that make sense?
Is that a reason?
Yeah, that's a question, I guess.
So I think through the findings that you have to make is, first and foremost, is it consistent with the general plan and the housing element, meeting the AFFH objective? So firmly furthering fair housing is a major issue. So I think the council would be looking at those objectives and where the proposed development is and where those offsite units are proposed to be, the relationship of them, and looking at those AFFH objectives. So,
likewise, or kind of along that line, do we require a new building for the BMR? So could they buy an old 15-unit apartment building down the street and have that be their BMR versus the new build being the higher end cost?
So we have seen a number of cities that adopted some sort of alternative that in the number 4 bullet point, the acquisition and rehabilitation. So we did see cities that had adopted that alternative. There's some discussion on the agenda report about how viable that is, the complexities and making sure that those units are comparable to affordable units that the developer would otherwise provide on site. So there's just a lot of complexities in that. And so that's one of the reasons why we decided not to move forward with that. We could revisit that when we look at the comprehensive BMR program, but it's not one that we thought would be viable at this time.
Yeah, no, I mean, overall, I think I'd prefer that they be in the same building, but I see what the idea is here. So thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much. Do you have all you need? Yes.
Motion and a second.
Oh, we need a motion. Can I get a motion?
I motion.
The second?
Through the mayor. If
Yes.
I can clarify, so I think the motion is to introduce an ordinance, amending the zoning code, and then the rest of the staff recommendation, and also to study the ratios that Councilmember Fernandez had mentioned. I think there was majority council support.
Correct.
Yes.
I think that's the motion.
I motion all the things Prasanna said.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Sphere-Hukaditsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Fantastic. Moving right along, the next item is item 39, the fiscal year 25-26 budget capital improvement plan, GAN limit, and capital reserve contribution approval. We'll have a presentation from our finance director, Karen Huan. Welcome, Karen. Thanks, Steve.
Mayor, would you like to extend the meeting past 11 at this point?
Yes. We'll extend to 11:30. Is that good for everybody? If we hit 11:25, we'll ask again. Please don't hit 11:25.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll try to make the presentation go quicker this time because we cover most of the stuff in the last council meeting. Okay, so tonight we have the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 budget along with the 5-year capital improvement plan. We are here at the second public hearing, which is for budget adoption. We haven't changed our citywide budget since the last presentation. It stayed at 333.5 million. Over half of it allocated to general fund, about 20% allocated to the enterprise fund, which mainly is our sewer fund and the newly established stormwater fund, and about $62 million, nearly 20%, is for capital projects. And the rest is the other funds. Jumping into general funds proposed budget, this is the expenditure side of the budget proposal. It haven't changed since the last proposal, which stayed at $187.7 million. But we did change the revenue projection because of the good news we got about VLF. Both houses have approved the state budget. Now it's waiting for our governor to sign it into effect. And so we get a higher chance. We are likely to get 100% VLF backfill. The previous budget projection is based on 50% VLF backfill. So now we are changing our budget assumption to make it 100%. And that brings our revenue up, which is good news. So I put the original proposed budget side by side here with the revised budget. Nothing changed on the expenditure side. We only revised the revenue. So back in 2 weeks ago, when we present the budget for the first time, we are projecting a $15.2 million budget deficit. Now with the revision, our new budget deficit is about $12 million. So another good news, which is our real property transfer tax. So when I provide the council a mid-year update back in February, we have some good news about Measure CC. We are projecting our real property transfer tax is going to do better than the budget because Measure CC is doing really well. We were projecting the regular real property transfer tax is going to be $8 million plus $6 million for Measure CC. Now, based on the May information up to May from the county, we are going to get about $17 million total which is $3 million more than what we expected. Measure CC is the same. It's projected at $6 million. It's the other regular transfer tax are doing better. So we do see a lot more commercial building got show. They are under $10 million threshold, so they didn't hit the Measure CC, but it does have a positive impact on our transfer tax. So with that, our original budget deficit projected at $6 million for the current fiscal year. Now we are expecting to close the year with only $3 million deficit because of improvement on transfer tax. So two good news. But with that, we are going to continue to draw down on our general fund reserve. And I think the positive side, if we look at it that way, is that we are still standing at a really strong financial position. As you can see, the projected fund balance is still over $100 million at the end of the current fiscal year and at the end of next fiscal year. But remember when we talk about the general fund restructure, the new structures, we want to send $25 million to the newly established capital investment reserve, which is our seed money for our capital projects. So even sending $25 million to the new reserve, we'll still have over $77 million fund balance in our general fund reserve at the end of next fiscal year. So what's that mean? That means we are in a strong position that we can actually have a runway long enough, at least 3-4 years down the road, to give us time to fix our budget imbalance issue. With that, we are moving on to capital projects, budget and CIP. This one, we haven't made any change. It stayed the same from the previous presentation. The first year of the 5-year capital project is our budget for capital. So this is what council is going to approve tonight. The out year is only a projection. 5-year combined together, we circle here, is $270 million plan into our capital projects. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have. And the next step will be for council to take action to approve the operating budget gain limit and capital improvement program, and also our $25 million initial contribution to the capital investment reserve.
Thank you for a great presentation. Do we have any requests for public comment?
Mayor Newsom, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Then I'll close public comment. Do we have any questions or comments, feedback from the council?
I'll be brief. Karen, thank you for the presentation. Just to clarify, on a percentage basis, the largest area of increase is SMC fire and legacy costs. Can you provide any detail on what that includes?
SMC fire's contribution, it's the city's share, which is 60% of SMC fire's operation. In the past, we controlled the annual increase between 3% to 5%. That's the normal annual increase range. This year, we are projecting an 8% increase because the labor negotiation, we have to bring our compensations to market median. So that will be a one-time increase. With that jump, we are going to go back to normal next year after this one-time jump, and it will be back to the 3% to 5% annual increase at a normal range. So thank you for pointing that out.
And then this may be best suited for the city manager. So I was pleased with the capital improvement projects that we're covering. Just curious to what extent you think the gaps between our planned expenditures and necessary expenditures are.
So we'll be bringing forward a facility assessment overall plan to the city council this fall. But I can tell you that we're looking over $300 million of unfunded capital projects that we're looking at over the horizon here. And so it's not sustainable, the amount of revenues that we're bringing in and the expenditures and the cost to make sure that we are taking care of our infrastructure and our facilities moving forward. And so it's something that we'll have to have a further discussion. The $25 million seed money that the council is putting forward, that'll be a down payment for specific projects. And we'll have that discussion this fall as to the which projects we'll be looking at specifically. And that'll be part of the whole facility assessment presentation to the council. But that's where we would look at, it's kind of like when you buy a house. What's your 20% down payment? And then we got to figure out how we fund the rest. And so that'll be part of the discussion here this fall and over the next year.
Great. Thank you for that. And I really appreciate the presentation. Fully supportive of continuing.
Any other comments, questions?
Thanks for the good news.
I know.
Thanks for the great news. Do we have a motion then?
I would love to move to accept this wonderful presentation and report.
I second.
Please call roll.
Just to be clear, the motion is what's on the screen, is to adopt those resolutions.
Sure,
Yes.
that's what I mean.
And to take the final action.
Thank you for clarification. And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sphirko-Goditsky,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine,
Yes.
and Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. My budget team is also here with me tonight. They stay until so late.
Thank you, team.
Thank you again.
I also want to thank you for sticking it out. I know that by changing the agenda, we've appeased the public, but made all of you stay another hour. So I really appreciate all of you standing by and being there for us. Thanks again.
And Mayor, I just want to thank our entire city staff, all our departments. This budget, it starts in October of last year for us to get to June of this year. And so just many thank yous to our finance staff, but also all the departments that do a tremendous amount of work to get us to this point in time. So my gratitude and thanks to them as well.
And thank you to Public Works because you're the last.
Yeah.
Prezo.
All right.
Actually, it is save the best for last. Stormwater.
Stormwater. All right. Moving on to our final item, public hearing number 40, community flood and storm protection fee increase for fiscal year 25-26. Adoption. We'll have a presentation from Jimmy Vo, our engineering manager. Welcome, Jimmy.
Thank you, council members. And Mayor Newsom, I promise you this will be an extremely brief presentation. We're looking at a few slides. So I'm here to talk about the fee increases for 25 and 26. We're going to have council review some data, some figures, some information about the fee increases. And then if there's a consensus, have council adopt the resolution to increase the protection fee for 2025 and 26. Brief background, we adopted the fee, or city council adopted the fee in January of 2024. That was after a ballot proceeding where the majority of voters indicated a wish to move forward with the fee. At that presentation to council, as well as previous council presentations, we indicated that if there were any future adjustments or changes to that fee, we would bring it back to city council for approval. The approval or the adjustment is based on the Consumer Price Index, CPI, for the San Francisco Bay Area. It's capped at 3% a year for San Mateo. There's an asterisk there. That's to indicate that in the event the CPI is greater than 3%, the city has the opportunity to bank that unused CPI to be used in later years, meaning if CPI was 5%, we would have a 3% increase in the proposed fee, and then 2% could be used for years where the CPI was lower. For this year, we're looking at 2.4%. We will not be making any unused CPI, and that would be the rate that we residents will see on the property bills moving forward. And this is the table indicating this current change, or the changes from 24 to 25. I want council to take a look at the residential. This is the second line item for the median parcel. That's indicating $8. We're seeing a change from $8 to $8.19. These are monthly fees. So annually, homeowners in this category represents about 47% of all parcels in San Mateo is paying into the fee. It's still going to be under $100 for most families and homes. And council, with this, we were projecting around 4.05 when we did the original fee assessment. Actual revenue numbers came back at 3.9 million. This was because of some data discrepancies in the information sent to the county. A few parcels, about 20 to 30, had higher rates than they should have. We corrected those, refunded amounts to individual homeowners, and made those changes moving forward. And with this 2.4% increase, we're going to be moving back in 25 to 26 to closer to 4 million. And as promised, that is the conclusion of my presentation. I defer back to council for any questions about the fee or any questions about the stormwater program.
Thank you for a great and brief presentation. Do we have any public comments?
Mayor Newsom, there's no request to speak on this item.
Okay, then we will close public comment and open it up to questions, comments, and feedback from the council. Does anyone have any? Why did I even ask? Councilmember Swerko-Kadicki.
I will be brief. Thank you for the presentation. So obviously, as you know, this subject is near and dear to my heart. I'm super passionate about it. I am curious in terms of what the actual stormwater infrastructure projects are and what has been going on and what we're planning to do with those funds and why we think, a fee increase is already necessary relative to projects that we're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I can definitely provide a quick summary on where we're at. So a lot of the funding that actually is being used hasn't been developed yet for the projects, right? So the Storm Drain Master Plan, that was actually funded from a general fund release in October 24 from City Council. That really started us to get forward to implementing these changes these improvements for the Storm Drain Master Plan project. We're at the midpoint in that task right now. We've done all the condition assessments, review the data. We're now moving towards the analysis and moving towards project planning, right? We won't have any information until summer of this year. And that time, council will be providing an update for the improvements in that section. And we're looking at a very large CIP, right? Even looking at our old master plan in 2004, it was already a number that would be escalated to closer to 80 to $100 million. The reason for the stormwater fee increase is when this stormwater fee was passed, this only partially covered our budgetary needs for the stormwater program. I believe we're short another $3 or $4 million to kind of get us there. So we knew this. We knew these fee increases are going to be necessary. We also knew that we would need additional support from grants as well. So we're looking at all different fronts to make sure the funding is there when these projects start rolling.
Awesome. Thank you. And I would be supportive of the increase.
Anyone else have questions or comments? Then can I get a motion?
I motion.
Roll call. Thank you.
Councilmember Swerko-Kadicki.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yep.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lorraine.
Yes.
Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, we are coming to the end. Reports and announcements. Who wants to go first? Okay.
I'll be brief. So first of all, I just wanted to remind the council that our city clerk, Martin, and I are headed to Kentucky to support the 101st Airborne and our Screaming Eagles. And I'm very excited to meet Linda Patterson.
We want to see pictures.
Absolutely. So we are headed there tomorrow morning and you will get a full report. We're going to Fort Campbell. The next thing, I just wanted to make you all aware, and I have been in discussions with our lovely city manager. But as you know, I'm on the SF Bay restoration, as well as one of our county supervisors, Lisa Gaucher. And we just approved the release of our RFP process for fiscal year 25-26. So cities will be eligible to apply starting in July. One of the things that I think was interesting out of the discussion and worth San Mateo looking into and possibly partnering with the county on is that the SF Bay Restoration is going to do a heavy push on equity areas and equity and diversity related projects specifically for tribal lands. And I know that, for example, when Jackie Spear was in Congress, she did a lot of great work to try and bring recognition at a federal level for the Ohlone tribes, which this is their land first. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity for us because the SF Bay Restoration is open to funding programs that are not with tribes that are not federally recognized, for us to do some kind of partnership to bring attention to the Ohlone and also do restoration work, across the city and the county. One of the criteria for that is to find a partner. I know Filoli, for example, does a lot of great work. And so perhaps there are nonprofit partners, or we could start a dialogue with them. So again, Alex is already looking into that. But I just wanted to share that news with the council.
Coyote Point.
Sorry?
Coyote Point Museum. Yeah.
Look at that.
So we'll go ahead and have staff take a look at the details of that, and then we can provide an update in a council weekly update as to how we would fare.
Free money.
Do you want to go next?
Sure. Just want to shout from the roofs, thank everybody on city staff who made it happen. We now have a farmer's market every Sunday morning, 9 to 1 in the Drager's parking lot. And the first week last week was a soft launch, opened at 9, people were there shopping at 8. So everyone, please come on down. Delicious blueberries, strawberries, all sorts of baked goods, really great. And it will expand or contract based on how much business it gets. So please patronize. And then also wanted to report, I went to the monthly CCAG meeting, and the 10192 Direct Connect project was on the agenda, and staff was clearly very responsive to the letter that council sent. So congratulations. And I requested, they had said in writing a letter to the city manager that they had committed not to take any homes as part of the project. And I said we were very appreciative of that, but that we had many other issues in the letter that we wanted addressed and wanted to see it addressed in writing. And so they are going to take it back and come back and work with our city manager and staff. But thank you all very much to fellow council members for keeping the pressure up. And thank you for the community for coming out in support. That's it.
I'll be very quick. I just want to thank everybody in the city and especially the PD for what was a very vigorous Saturday. You had Pride, which was the most attended Pride event that we've had in the 10 years that we've hosted Pride, and or 11 years. And also we had the rallies, the what were they called? The No Kings protest. It was a sight to behold, to see as many people at the Hillsdale. But PD was fantastic. They were available. They were communicative. They were involved, and so I just want to thank them and Fire for everything that they did to keep us safe that day. I also just want to give a shout out to our state legislative delegation for the work that they did in procuring VLF. That's going to really help our city's finances. And I just want to make sure that I verbally say thank you to the 5 members of our legislative delegation here in San Mateo County for that. They worked really hard on getting that money in the budget, and I'm hoping your cousin does not eliminate it in the final budget. So work some magic there if you can. And next Tuesday, or I think it's on Monday, the San Mateo Fire Department is going to be having Stop the Bleed, Save a Life, Monday, June 23rd, a week from today, 6:30 to 8 p.m. And it's how to staunch wounds, skills that could make a difference if you are, it's like creating tourniquets, packing wounds, things that you need to know if you ever are witness something happening and you need to respond quickly. That's it. Thanks. Maybe at the Foster City EOC, 1040 East Hillsdale Boulevard, 6:30 to 8 on Monday, a week from today.
I just want to piggyback on Councilmember Fernandez's praise for Saturday's events. I particularly just wanted to highlight that Central Park really stood out as a great forum for our Pride celebration, despite most of the general area being under construction for our Central Park Master Plan playground improvement project. And it just made me, I was just really pleasantly surprised. We had many people attending maybe for the first time, didn't even notice, they didn't, they figured it was just an awesome event, just as it was intended to be presented. And we had the stage out there and plenty of room, it seemed, to do everything we wanted to do. So I'm looking forward to the Central Park music series, which I now feel will just be awesome, as it always is, with a slightly different location, perhaps. So looking forward to those. Coming up soon.
Okay. Yeah, the Concert in the Park series starts Thursday, the 26th. I appreciate that we will not be meeting again for 6 weeks. I don't appreciate, but I appreciate you guys letting us go that long without having another council meeting, as city manager, the deputy city clerk, and I will all be in Toyonaka and Osaka for the World Expo so we're looking, no, the deputy city clerk. That's all right. Unless I said that something wrong. I know this past week, the labor board has met with several of us. They met with me in particular, and I think they've met with all of you. Is that right? Has everybody had a meeting recently? Oh, well, point was, labor board wants to talk to the city about a community workforce agreement. And they've put something together already in place with the city of Foster City. And this isn't saying we're going to do it, but this is saying they'd like us to have a conversation about that. And so what I'd like to ask is there interest from the council to have a conversation?
Yep.
Is that the right?
So I'd like to lead by saying we have we have all our policies and really directives from you just approved with the budget this evening of initiatives. This was not one of those items. And if the council would want to take something like this on, I'd recommend either be at the blue sky, or we have to come back and say what initiative is going to fall off in order to take on this work. Additionally, I owe the council a memo, because staff has looked into this issue as well, and it's something that we can provide as an update probably in the next couple of weeks for the council and for it's a public document at that time, so you can share it with whoever you'd like of just what the city's feedback is. Does that work? Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads of where we're at this point. So I guess we'll go from the memo, and then if there's anything, further, then we have to have a further discussion about what gets deprioritized.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. What else? I said something about this earlier when I wasn't supposed to, but vector and mosquito control have an open house Saturday, noon to 4. If you haven't gone, it's worth it, even if you just pop in for a half hour. It's also, the kids love it. So I've brought my kids when they were younger, and you get to see all types of cool stuff. So great service too for this community, Saturday, noon to 4 on Rollins Road at the Vector and Mosquito Control office. I don't think I have any other comments. Anybody have anything else to add? Have we calendared everything? Okay. Well then, with that, meeting is adjourned. Good night.